Hey, Umar, where's the school you promised?
And Umar, where's the school you promised? Hey, Umar, where's the school you promised us? We're still waiting for that school.
Hey, Umar, where is the school you promised us?
Where's the school? Is the school gonna open, Umar?
Where's the school? The school gonna open, Umar!
Wait, you think I'm playing? Y'all hear that? Where's the school? They're still out there. Oh, good garbage, great. What am I gonna do? I tricked off all that money. Think. I tell them we applied for our certificate of occupancy, but the city turned us down. Yeah.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's 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 coming. Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought its personality be twerking. It's twerking.
That was such a long time ago. I got to adjust this. I can already tell. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I appreciate it. I hope you guys had a wonderful yesterday. I didn't get the live stream yesterday. My wife and I, we celebrated our 25-year anniversary of meeting. That's the only celebration that we deal with in terms of our marriage at this point. We do birthday parties though too. I want to thank everyone. We did for tuning in. Thank you for your patience too. I almost ran out of time today. I was going to just cancel, but I said, let me get on here. And if I get on here, I'm just going to have to make up for being really, really late. So I apologize for that. There's just been a lot going on. Okay. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to fix all of this because I can already tell it's a problem. I don't know why exactly. Oh, I know why. I figured it out because the way that I have this, yeah, I'm going to have to close this, what you call it. You see, it already changed already. I can already tell. Okay, hold on one second, everybody. Anyway, we went out for Ethiopian food with the whole family. And we had a wonderful time. Had a really good time. And we also, we did get the honey wine. We got one glass because it was expensive. I was like, well, I ain't going to drink all that. I got to drive too. I said, no. And I took one sip and I didn't like it. And then I took another, and I tried it again. I said, maybe let me try it again. I took another sip, and it tastes like it tasted like apple cider vinegar. And I was like, I don't remember back in the day because it was over 20 years ago when we had it the last time. I don't remember it tasting like that. I thought it would taste like honey, at least in my mind. That's it. My wife, she drank a little bit more of it, but most of it, she left in the glass. Wasted money on that. But anyway, people were saying, make sure you guys get some of that. We did. We had a wonderful time. I have pictures too. Hold on one second. Is it going to pop up? Yeah, here's the honey wine. This is what was left. I just did not like it. Because it tasted too fermented to me. It tastes like apple cider vinegar. And I mean, we have that at home. We use that from time to time for, health reasons, but I ain't pay all that money for no glass. It tastes like that. And then we had this, I don't know what this is called, but it was really good. We always get that. And that's the veggie platter. And then we took a picture together too. Yeah. So we had a wonderful time. The children had a wonderful time too. I gotta tell you, I was so proud. My oldest son, he was following us because he was going to use his own GPS, but he followed us there. And when we get to the street that we turn on to get to, we go down maybe about 2 more, less than 2 miles, maybe about a mile and a half down that street. That's where the restaurant is at. So we get to that turn, and it's a stoplight. And I'm right here. He's right behind me. And there's a homeless guy in a wheelchair, and he didn't have, he was like an amputee. And he had a little sign and stuff. I didn't have no money on me. And I had cards and stuff. I didn't have any money on me. So I didn't know what I was like, I wish I could give him something, but I couldn't. And then I looked in my rearview mirror or my side mirror, and my son, he had put some money out, handed it out the window. The guy in the wheelchair went up and took it. And I was so proud of my son. I was so proud. It's moments like that just warms my heart. And because we really did, we raised our children to be good people, really good people. And then when the guy came back up, I had a Gatorade in the car. It was unopened. And I said, let me give him the Gatorade. So I put my window down. I said, here you go. He said, all right. Yeah, I said, that's my son back there. He says, huh? And he thought I was talking about in the back seat. My back seat in my car. I said, no, the one in the car back there. He said, oh, okay. But anyway, that warmed my heart. But we had a wonderful time, and thank the Lord. We celebrated 25 years, and I would look forward if I'm so blessed to celebrate another 25 years with my wife. She's a special person, and she puts up with me. She always has, and I appreciate her for that. If any of you guys, you men in particular, if you're trying to establish a loving relationship. I just want to give you encouragement. I know it can be lonely too, because I remember before I met my wife, I was real lonely. You got to have patience, and you got to look at what you need to do in your life to be prepared for that. And whatever you need to work on, the sooner you work on it, the better. Okay. Thank God I have a woman that has worked with me as I've worked through my issues, and healing is forever. And my wife has done a phenomenal job at just being a supportive force in my life. So I'm so thankful. 25 years and counting. Okay. So thank you so much. We had a good time. It was a really, really good time. All right. So today, what I want to do today is we're going to finish up with, and welcome everyone at One Side of Cook Chat. Thank you guys so much. What I want to do today is I want to finish up with the interview with Father David. This is Umar's most recent interview. Umar, if you look at his Instagram page, I looked today because Jane sent me something because Umar announced that he's postponed the Breakfast Club. I think that's the second time in a row that he's done that. I don't even think that he was supposed to be on there. I think he just made that up, and he has a history of doing that too, where he'll say he's going to be doing something and he's not even scheduled there. I'm going to give you an example of that too in a moment. What I want to do during this live stream is I want to finish with the interview that he did. What I was going to say was, so Umar, if you look, I went on his Instagram page, and if you look at his calendar, it's minimal stuff on there. It's really, and this is a pattern that I've seen since last year, part of last year, where you can look at his schedule, you can tell he doesn't have much going on. But I think that that's with purpose, okay? And I have a sense, and we've talked about that last year. We talked about a little bit in the beginning of this year as to why that is the case. Things are rough for him. I can tell. There's part of me, I kind of feel bad for him today. I just, for whatever reason, I just kind of felt bad for him. But on the other hand, as a man, he has not made the decision to make the appropriate changes in his life to get his life back on track. And he could do it if he wanted to. And there's a lot of work ahead of him, but he has no interest in that. He wants to continue to live the life that he's living. And everyone has that choice and has that right to that. But the main thing is that if you recognize that things are not going well in your life, the best thing you can do is assess. Okay, and I'm talking particularly for us men, assess what's not going right, figure out what you need to do to get things back on track, execute the plan, stay consistent, and things will turn around. Okay, so with Umar, I kind of felt bad with him today because he's 51. All right, it's crazy. So, someone said my collar's messed up. Okay, how's that? I ironed this shirt myself too. Okay, by the way, just let me know how I look. I look all right. Yeah, I ironed this bad boy. I sure did, Laurie. Hey, sometimes you iron and the collar be all messed up. Okay, excuse me. What's up, Barn? I ain't seen you in a minute. Hope you're doing all right. Blondie's in the building. I'm taking my time. I was late. I'm taking my time. Okay, we just gonna be hanging out today. All right. I hope you guys don't mind. Okay, make sure you have your snacks on deck. Okay. Thanks again, Laurie, for letting me know. I appreciate that. Yeah, Laurie be clowning me. That's okay. That's okay. I'm all good. Thank you so much, Tenderoni. Whoa. I apologize. I don't want people thinking that's what we used to say back in the day. Okay, for you younger people, we say, "Oh, look at she's actually a tenderoni." Y'all remember that? In fact, Babyface had a song called Tenderoni. It was a hit too. I love that song back in the day. But that's what we used to say back in the day. We say a tenderoni, amongst other things. All right. Okay. So that's going to be. So I want to finish up with that video, but also I want to, since I'm going to be taking my time today, I want to go back in history and I want to take a look at a couple of videos from around this time each year, starting in 2019. Okay, so 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. And then I figure by the time we get like maybe 900 people up in here, then we'll get into finishing up with the other video. We don't really have much to do on that other video anyway. Okay. Thank you guys again for everyone for tuning on in. Oh, was it Bobby Brown that did Tenderoni? Oh yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, that was Bobby. Yeah, that was Bobby Brown. You're right about that. Yeah, talk about a Roni. Yeah, my bad. That was Bobby Brown, but Babyface also. James, you gotta say pause now before or after. Yeah, you right about that. Tunde Roni. You guys are wild. What's up, EB? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. New edition, but Babyface did have a song where it was there was tenderoni inside the lyrics. I remember that. Yeah, tenderini. Okay, all right. Ip Man. Yeah, I remember Ip Man. Yeah. Okay. So that's what's going to be on the agenda. We're just going to be hanging out, y'all, and we'll get to baby. Someone said Babyface wrote it. Okay. And Groove know his music, so yeah, okay. Somebody said macaroni. All right. Tender. Oh my God. All right, let's get focused. Wow. Yeah, that was the jam too. Whipple Pill, Black Mara from back in the day. Yeah, Babyface is very underrated. Lionel Richie is very underrated too. There's quite a few people, in my opinion, they're very underrated. There was someone else too I was thinking about, because my son, when we was driving, he was my youngest son. He almost as tall as I am. He's gonna be way taller than I am. His voice deeper than mine too. He was playing, and this brother, he's underrated too. He rest in peace. He passed not too long ago, maybe a couple of years ago, I think. What was it? A Lovely Day was this the song? Yeah, Bill Withers. Bill Withers is very underrated too. Yeah, there's quite a few people who are underrated. Okay, thanks, Black Amara. It was called Whipple Pill. That was the jam. All right. Miranda says, hey, Click Rich and Lenon, Bobby Brown sang the song, but Babyface did write and produce this. Oh, okay. All right. I didn't know that. Yeah. Yeah, let me look that up right quick. Yeah, Babyface, he's produced a lot of hits. Yeah, he's very underrated. So Tenderoni, but he had a song too where he was there's Tenderoni in the lyrics that Babyface used to sing too. Tenderoni. Yeah, there's a song that Babyface did with Stevie Wonder too that I really liked. It was really good. Yeah. Roni, often referred to as Tenderoni by Bobby Brown, was primarily written by Kenneth Babyface Edmonds, with the additional lyrics by Darnell Bristol, released in 1988. I thought it was later than that. On the Don't Be Cruel album, the song was produced by Babyface and Antonio L.A. Reid. Okay. Yeah, Babyface, he's his writing, he's 66 years old now. Yep. Yeah, he's an awesome writer. Okay. Song producer. Thanks, Miranda. Okay, yeah, everybody, y'all know your music, don't you? User 225 says Umar Johnson's toes fight each other for the title of Fungus King. Okay, you starting already. All right, thank you, User 225. Shout out to User 225. I got an 8-hour job. Yeah. I remember that. That was from the block party they were singing, and yeah, it was something else. Okay, thanks Tiffany Tappity for the super chat. Y'all let me know how the video looks right here, because it kind of looks a little bit. What's going to happen is once the sun starts to set, it'll clear up a little bit. But this is what happens. Normally this is what happens because of the light. We're getting into springtime, but I can adjust things if I need to. Okay, thanks, Tiffany Tappity. Yeah, that was from the block party. They had a band that was singing. I can't remember if it was the first one or the second one. And then Young Money, what's up, man, says, yes, they should keep him on, but they should press him for specifics, which they don't do now. Okay, so this gets into, thanks for bringing this up. This gets into the poll question. Make sure you guys get your vote in on the poll. And also, I want to, I always said, if you at any point you're enjoying this show, if you're enjoying the show right now, go on and hit that like button, because it helps to get this out to the algorithm. Our goal is always 600. Okay, we usually go over that, and I'm appreciative. So the poll question: should platforms continue to have Umar Johnson on when they know FDMG is a scam? 18% said yes, 82% said no. So yeah, I think it'd be different. Maybe I should have added that yeah, if they have him on, that they should press him more. On specifically dealing with FDMG. There are platforms that know that the FDMG is not going to open. They already know that. Father David knows that. The Breakfast Club knows that too. Should they still platform him? Okay, I would say no, but if they do, they should press him and really try to dig in to get questions. And I already have like it's in my memory, a list of questions that I would ask. And one of the most important questions is, how much money have you raised to date? It's a fair question. Last time Umar gave an update was in 2020. He said he had raised $850,000. Even on 2016 and 2015, he said he was going to be at $1 million by the beginning of 2016. 16, 18, 19, 20. 4 years later, it goes down to $850,000. So that would be the primary question that I would ask. Secondarily, how much money have you spent? Umar doesn't know. He doesn't know how much money he's raised. He doesn't know how much money he's spent. That's a problem. Millions of dollars raised at this point. Another question would be the black contractors who scammed you. Did you ever put in a police report for that and file charges against them? Another question would be, how much more money do you need to get these abandoned buildings ready up to code? Another question would be, well, how are you going to pay for operation costs? I have him on an interview from years ago where he says we're going to start another crowdfunding campaign for operation costs. Yeah, it's just not feasible. But anyway, yeah, you're right. If they do have him on, yes, they should press him those types of questions. There's all types of other questions that people could ask, but those are some of the most important questions from the standpoint of FDMG itself. There's other questions that people can ask too. Why have you been homeless since 2019? Okay, I'm going on. Thanks, Young Money. Yeah, okay, I got this. Yeah, I'll fix my collar. Thank you so much for letting me know. James says, shout out to Afro Man winning his civil case. Afro Man? Wasn't he a singer or a rapper? Yeah, he's 51. Yeah, Afro Man is an American rapper and singer. His major label. Oh, so he won a civil case? Let me see. Yeah, I remember him. Civil case. Good for him if he did. Oh, okay. So Afroman did not defame Ohio cops in a satirical music video that featured footage of them fruitlessly raiding the rapper's house. Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't even know about this. Yeah. So he was sued by Ohio deputies, but it looks like he won the case. Yeah. All right. Well, good for him. Yeah. I remember him from way back in the day. Yeah. All right. Thanks, James, for posting that. I appreciate it. Thanks for super. Also, thanks everyone else for Young Money for super chat. Tippy Tappity, user 225. I'll do the rest of these real quick. Lenon got that Ip Man. Hey, listen, you ain't lying. I ain't gonna argue with you on that one, brother. I like these shirts. They're linen shirts. They breathe. And last year my wife she told me I need to get new shirts, so I went ahead and did it. I got a whole bunch of them. Yeah, it does kind of gives the Ip Man. That's okay. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. I used to love those movies back in the day too. Shout out to Ip Man. Okay, thanks, Young Money. Y'all be clowning me. Whoa there, Lenon. Well, yeah, that was earlier. I slipped up. I called the lady Tenderoni, but that was her screen name. That's the only reason why, allegedly. just to be clear, ladies, that's the only reason why I did that, allegedly. Okay. Thanks, TJ. And again, thank you, Miranda. I appreciate it. Eastby became a member again. Thank you so much, Eastby. Listen, I got to tell you guys, members, I was trying to get this next segment of the documentary done. Listen, I've just been really busy. So what we'll do at the very least, we'll get together. We'll do a members only live. We may do it tomorrow. Okay. And we'll just get together, chop it up. I'll bring up some videos and we can just hang out for maybe an hour or so. Okay. I have not had time. It's just been a busy week all the way around. A lot of family stuff I had to deal with this week, but it's all good. Okay. It's all good. Thanks, Eastby, for becoming a member. Library blockchain. Okay, I always trip off of that one. Yeah. Says keep up the good work. Thank you so much. I will. Yeah, I think consistency is important. Of course, I'm lacking when it comes to being on time. I got to figure that out. Maybe I just need to set these shows for later and not try to press things. But there are no excuses. I got to do better with that. But I try to be as consistent as possible. And I want to thank everyone for your support. If you guys weren't coming and tuning in, we already got 860 people here. Okay. If you guys didn't come and tune in, I wouldn't be up on here. I got to tell you guys, real talk, you guys bring a lot of joy to my life, a lot of laughter too. And it's impact. It goes back to Big Man. He's the one that started all this. But it's filtered into my personal life too, because I'm a lot more joyful. I crack more jokes and stuff, so it's benefited, even my household because of you guys. So that's why I always enjoyed hanging out with you guys. So thank you so much. I'll keep up with the good work as best of my ability, and thank you for the super chat as well. Library blockchain, and then Kogo. Shout out to Kogo, gifted one membership. Thank you so much, and whoever received that membership, make sure you thank Kogo for that, and shout out to brother Kogo for all you've done. We appreciate you, bro. All right, let's get going here. Everyone, again, thank you so much for tuning on in, and make sure you hit that like button if you're enjoying the show. Poll question: we already have 607 votes. Should platforms continue to have Umar Johnson on when they know FDMG is a scam? 18% said yes, 82% said no. Okay, and then of course I should have added on there, if they do have him on, they should press him. Very important, good point. They should press him on FDMG. Specific questions that press Umar. All right. Also, Chris said, did you see the Dune trailer? Great movie. No, I haven't seen the trailer. I have not seen the trailer. I did watch Dune 1 and Dune 2. Okay, I'm into sci-fi really, really deep. I haven't seen the trailer, but I'll look for it. By the way, if anyone's into Starfield, they dropped some information. They have an update already, but then they all have some more stuff coming on the 7th of next month. And that was the game I used to play. I haven't played it in many, many months. Ever since Game Pass, they increased the monthly. I'm going to pay that much for. I mean, I could have, but I ain't going to pay that just to play that, because that's the only game I really play. But once the update drops, the next update, it's a purchase one too that they drop. I'll probably get back into that game. It's sci-fi, and I love sci-fi. That's my genre all across the board. Yeah, so I'll look for it. Thank you so much, Chris. Okay, how many of y'all seen the original Dune too? By the way. Most of you guys probably haven't seen the younger people. All right. Okay. So this is what I want to do before we get into this. I want to go back in time. I want to give an example of every single year since 2019, since Umar acquired these trap bandos in and around this time of the year. Okay, January, March of 2019, and just let me know what you guys think on this first one, because there's something about this first one that's interesting. All right. Here we go. And we'll do this quick. Then we'll get into the main video. Here we go.
Brothers and sisters, I will be hosting the National Independent Black Parent Association Leadership Training Conference June 8th and 9th here in Wilmington, Delaware.
All right, what's unique about this particular video, y'all? Anyone care to comment? Yeah, the sacred rock, the pet rock. Yeah, Umar used to be up here all the time on this. He called it a sacred rock for some reason. He doesn't do this anymore and hasn't for a couple of years now. Yeah, back at the Rock. Yep. Yep. Isn't that interesting? Someone said his haircut. No, no. His haircut is fine. Don't do that. So someone said that damn Rock. Yeah, so yeah, it was freshly painted. Okay. By the way, if you guys don't know the history of that rock, originally it was painted yellow for the Moyer Academy. If people don't know that, okay, I can pull up video footage of Moyer Academy and they actually show that. You'll see that. But ultimately, Umar had some of his supporters. They went up there and arbitrarily painted it, and Umar had an attitude about it. He was upset about it for some reason. But then it becomes a sacred rock all of a sudden. And then back in the day, he used to be up there on that rock consistently, but he stopped doing that a couple of years ago. You just don't see him up there like that. So that's why I want to show this one, to you all. Okay, let me play a little bit more of this.
If you are a parent and you want to master educational law and process, if you want to master special education, if you want to master ADHD, if you want to become an expert on how to defend your children when you go into the school meetings, go to drumarjohnson.com and register for the training. It's $100 for both days. You can come one day or you could come both days. The price is still the same. Or you can pay me $75 for a consultation. Why do that if you can learn all the information for $100 and never have to pay me again? So brothers and sisters, definitely register. I'm looking forward to seeing you, and there will be a free tour of the FDMG Academy at the NIBPA training June 8th and 9th. Dr.
Okay, again, this was hustle time for Umar. Okay, he had purchased these trap bandos about a month and a half prior to this video, but he's already coming up with other things unrelated to the grand opening, because really he should have been focusing on opening up these trap bandos. He doesn't start renovations for another year and a half. So I just want to outline that Umar, he always has hustles that he's running, but his main focus should have been and it still should be on getting these trap bandos up to code. Okay, we're 7 years later and not one black child has been educated, not even close. All right. Okay, let's move on. So this was from March 28th of 2019. We're going to go to March 4th of 2020. What's interesting about this one, Cookie Question? Oh, real quick. Young Money says, I saw Children of Doom you're saying when you were little on the sci-fi starring James McAvoy, I think you're saying channel, a sci-fi channel. When I was little, then Leto 2 became a good. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, well, I don't think I've seen Children of Doom. Yeah, I haven't seen that. At least I don't think so. Yeah, no, I haven't seen that. Yeah. Children of Dune is the third novel in Frank Herbert's Dune series, published in 1976 following Dune Messiah. Yeah, I haven't even watched that. Yeah, let me write that down. I mean, if it's good, I'll check it out. I'm always looking for some sci-fi. Yeah, Children of Dune. Okay, yeah, thanks for the recommendation. Anyone else have any other recommendations on sci-fi, let me know. Someone had mentioned earlier, they had mentioned Raised by Wolves. Yeah, it's a great series. It's eclectic, but it's true to form to sci-fi. I watched both seasons and then it was canceled. I wish they had done a third season. It ends like on a cliffhanger on the second season, and for whatever reason, they're not picking it up. But it may change. It may change that in the future. But the thing is that the children that are in that, they're going to be a lot older by the time, if they do decide to do a season 3. So that's a great series. It's eclectic and it's different. And one of the things they don't do, in my opinion, well enough, because it's great, don't get me wrong, but they don't really explain the lore of the series. They do flashbacks, but in my opinion, I don't think that it's enough because it's really complex. They really should have kind of ironed out the backstory. So that people could have a better understanding of what takes place at the beginning of season 1. But they do flashbacks. I felt like they didn't do enough. But overall, it's a great series. Okay. The other series I've been watching lately, and I already had seen season 1, but I watched it again, and now I finished season 2. I'm about to get into season 3. Is Foundations. That's worth taking a look at. It may not be for everyone, but if you're into sci-fi, that's worth taking a look at as well. Okay. And of course, always Star Trek and Star Wars. That's always great stuff. Okay, for the most part, because there's a couple of Star Wars and Star Trek that's like, okay, thanks, Young Money. Yeah, I'll check that out. Yeah, I'm always looking for sci-fi stuff to get into. Fallout. Yeah, I watched Fallout season 1 and season 2 already. Yeah, I checked out season 2 like a week ago. Yeah, good stuff too. Yeah, I never played the video games though. Yeah, Severance is good too. That's a good one too. It's a little different. Yeah, Star Wars is, yeah, I know. Star Wars is, that's top tier. Yeah. I haven't watched the third season yet, but I'll get into it. I already have it downloaded and stuff. Someone said New York Undercover. That's not sci-fi. Cut it out. I used to watch that though. I had a question on that one lady, boy. She still looked good too. She still looked good. She has a twin sister. I didn't know that. I learned that recently, but yeah, I used to watch that show back in the day. Yeah. He says a free tour as opposed to this is a good point. So again, Umar was on the hustle. He was trying to figure out ways to get money out of people. And really, the following month after acquiring these trap bundles, his focus should have been on getting renovations started. But he's talking about all this other stuff, including, if you sign up for this, you get a free tour. What is there? People gonna pay for a tour? No electricity, stuff all over the place. Don't make them pull up the receipts. And yet, people gonna pay for that? But see, the Slim Jerusalem, what this shows is that Umar, it was always about money. And I'm gonna tell you guys with Umar, no amount of money is ever going to be enough. And that's a horrible way to live life. No amount of money is ever going to be enough. Same thing with Jay Morrison. Same thing with Polite. Thank you for the super chat. And thanks, Young Money, for the super chat as well. And then Perfect Pitch says, the incomparable Tunde. Tunde. Yeah, I can't even remember when was the last time Umar was up there on that rock. Anyone have any idea? Let me know. I can't even remember the last time. And I know we used to clown him on it, and that's probably maybe that's the reason. I think that's the reason why he stopped sitting up there doing that, because it's ridiculous. Why does the rock? Why is it sacred? And he was upset that people painted it in the first place. Well, why is it sacred though? And then someone had vandalized it. They had put some white paint on it, and then the women came out and painted it again. Umar didn't even paint it. He had women out there painting it. I wonder where those women are at. They ain't around anymore. Thank you, Perfect Pitch, for the super chat. No updated additions to books Umar Johnson wrote years ago. Not that I know of, but he did collect pre-orders for a new version of one of those books that never came out. That was another hustle. And I remember he was saying how it was going to be engraved. Anyone remember this? Hit the one. Black Anonymous probably remembers. If Information Man probably remember. He's here. I don't even know if y'all here. Let me get this chat room. But we had 272 likes. Yeah, if you guys enjoy, we're already at 980 people. Okay, so if y'all hit that like button. Okay, it only take 2 seconds, but it makes a huge difference. That's all I ask. You ain't got to, but it helps. Okay? I remember Umar was talking about how the book was going to be engraved. There was going to be a special edition, but then he also said that there was going to be a new edition of one of these books, and he was collecting pre-orders for it. If memory serves me correct, I thought he said he was collecting pre-orders. Okay, don't take because my memory's not what it used to be. So, and this was more recently where he was saying this. At least in my mind, that's what I think. Okay, but I want to be fair. Right? So don't take my word for that. Okay, I'm just going to say if memory serves me correctly. No, there's no updated version, but he did promise that. Yeah, so you guys remember that? Yeah, there's people in here who yeah, I remember he was up on I have that video. He was up there smoking Black and Milds. Yeah, he was just hanging out, kicking it, Okay. Umar. Yeah, you guys remember that. Umar chose a different rock. All right, DJ. All right. Okay. Thank you. And then Fight Tater said, just want to say peace, my bro. Oh, peace to you. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate the positivity and energy. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Fight Tater. Okay. And thank you for super chat as well, as always. Okay? I'm always appreciative of the support. Okay. And then User 225 says, tell her you've been partying with Twilight on Coruscant. Nah, I wouldn't do that. I mean, even if I was single, I wouldn't do that. I'm more of a Klingon kind of guy, because those Klingon women, they'll beat you up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Let me stop. I remember this one episode of Star Trek Next Generation when I was a kid. I wasn't a kid. I was probably like in senior in high school, if memory serves me correctly. It might have been in 11th grade. And there's this one episode where the Q is trying to tempt different people on the bridge. So he tried to tempt Riker with some women. I think that's what he tried. No, I think he tried to tempt him to turn him into a Q. he tried to tempt LaForge into to give him his eyesight back. LaForge could have gotten implants anyway, but he decided not to. But he rejected that. He tried to tempt I can't remember someone else. Doctor, I was going to say Dr. Pulaski. The doctor's son, Wesley, he tried to tempt him by turning him into an adult. But then he tempted, if memory serves me correctly, he tried to tempt Worf with the Klingon woman, and it looked like she was in heat, and he was like, she had on fishnet stockings. I said, oh my God. When I was young, I said, oh my goodness. Now these days, younger people are like, that's no big deal, but back then, yeah. Let me see what year that was too, by the way. Episode where Q pimps Worf with Klingon woman. Yeah, it says it's no. I don't think no. This was they're saying birthright. That's not birthright. No. Yeah, no, that's different. No, they didn't come up right at the. Yeah, I don't know what the episode is. It was an early episode though. Yeah. Anyway, thanks, user 225. Yeah, shout out to Star Wars. Okay, did I get to everyone's? I think I did. Yeah. Okay. Umar Johnson just posted that he'll be back on the Art of Dialogue. Yeah, but see, and he may very well be, but I think that's just his way to try to make up for the last two times he lied. And in my opinion, I think he's lying. He's going to be on the Breakfast Club, right? And then he wasn't on it. So maybe this is his way of I don't know, making up for it. But maybe he will be on the Art of Dialogue. We'll look forward to it, and we'll cover it too. All right. Thank you, Estevades. 7 and 9 from Star Trek. Listen, I never thought that she was. I just didn't. I didn't. You know who I like from Star Trek Voyager? Guys, be careful. This is back in the day. Okay? When did Star Trek Voyager come out anyway? Star Trek, because that way I can have an excuse. That came out in 1990. Yeah. I hadn't met my wife yet, so yeah, that's okay. I can say this. I had a crush on. What was her name? She was a Latina lady. Belana Torres. I had a crush on her. Yep, I sure did. Yeah. I also had a crush on Deanna Troi from Star Trek Next Generation. Star Trek Next Generation. I should just put TNG Generation. That came out in 1987. Yeah. So yeah, when I saw, I thought that was in the 90s. No, it wasn't in the 90s, but 1987. Yeah, I was what, 12? Is that right? Yeah, damn. I was young when I started watching that. Yeah, I was 12. Anyway, and then from well, I can't say anything about Star Trek Deep Space Nine because now we're getting. No, I was in college the first time for that Star Trek Deep Space. I always want to put together a video like, the most attractive women in Star Trek for each series, but then also do them combined, like a top 25 or something like that. Yeah, I can't think of it. I don't think I had a crush on. They had some fine women on there though too, but I didn't. I don't think I had a crush on anybody on there. I didn't. Nana Visitor, she was okay. You gotta know what I'm talking about. She was kind of spicy. I like that, but no crush or nothing like that. Anyway, let's get focused. All right, I've got a little bloat off here. Thanks, Young Money. TJ says Lenon likes those Latina. I ain't mad. Well, I'm not going to say that, as it were. Okay, I'm not admitting to that. I'm not saying that it's not true, but I'm not saying that it's true either. As it were, allegedly. Yeah, no, I thought what's the name? Belana Torres was fine. Anyway, thanks, TJ. Say Mace Lenon. What if you got sold to Diddy the? We're not doing that. 225 Diddy the Hutt. That's crazy. Thank you. Southwestern said Lenon's search history is wow. Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that. Rumble with JD says, Lenon, you just had your anniversary yesterday. Cool. Before you end up. No, it's all good because these questions are pre my wife. I didn't have any other questions after that, but I can go after I met my wife 25 years ago. But before that, I had a couple of questions. Okay, not too many, but I had a couple of them. All right. Okay, let's get going here, everybody. Yeah, I said allegedly. What's up, 78 Matt? And Max Cyan. No, I think all women are beautiful. All women, all women are beautiful to me. They don't make me no different. Okay, I'm married anyway. I can say it. You're okay. You just congratulations. Anniversary. You just celebrated your anniversary. There was someone who had posted that they had celebrated their 35-year anniversary. I said, "Wow, that's awesome." Yeah. I had a couple of crushes. Yeah, y'all in the chat room real quick. Go on and post some of your crush that you had back in the day. I'll read them off. I'll read some of them off. Okay, and while you do that, let me pull up the next video. This is from March 4th of 2020. Here we go.
Cemetery. I am looking for one of the grandfathers of revolutionary Pan-African nationalism. He goes by the name of Reverend Alexander Crummell. He is one of the grandfathers of revolutionary Pan-African nationalism. He was Booker T. Washington's mentor. Booker T. Washington dedicated a whole chapter of his infamous work, Souls of Black Folk, to the great.
I remember one time Umar said that Booker T. Washington was his ancestor. I wish I had the video. I wish I have it, but I wish I remember which video it was. It's from 2024. Hopefully I'll run back into it. This guy, he's related to everybody.
Alexander Crummell. This black man was the first educated black man to build an institute of higher learning for black men in the United States.
Yeah, Umar, back in the day, I just want to pull this up to show you guys. Back in the day, he used to spend a lot of time in cemeteries and yelling and screaming and stuff. And then we used to call him out on it. This is another thing he really doesn't do as much as he used to. Just like he doesn't sit on that rock and stuff and live stream like he used to either. But this video was crazy because he was telling you black women what you all gonna do once you're married to him. Watch, I'll find it. Hold on a second.
Take better care. This person was born 1849 and 1935. Thought they want to marry.
His Wi-Fi. He had that cemetery Wi-Fi.
See, this is the real work. Y'all just want to come to lectures and look cute.
Okay, here you go. Listen to this.
Y'all just want to come to lectures and look cute. Oh no, this is the work. This is the work.
Looking for dead people in the cemetery is work for some reason.
Out here in the cold, 20 degrees, digging up ancestors.
Who does that? 20 degrees.
Who want to get married to the Prince of Pan-Africanism now?
Oh,
see,
okay.
This is the real work. Not YouTube videos. Not YouTube videos.
He mad at me right here.
Okay, let's
Umar
see.
was mad at me.
That's the road. It goes in another direction.
Yeah, he was trying to find an ancestor or somebody.
Should curl around. James McCune Smith in that day. That's right. This is one of the gods of Pan-Africanism. I said this is one of the gods of Pan-Africanism. You gonna get in the ground on some Winnie Man. That's my water so I can do a quick libation. That's right. Don't ever count me out. I done found two of them. The ancestors.
Okay.
Look at the sky.
You found two of them.
Look at the sky. The winds of Oya, brothers and sisters. I done found two. That's right. This is the type of work you're going to do. You're going to be my wife. You're going to get your damn hands dirty. This ain't no cute come to the lecture shit. You say that for the YouTubers. Nah, you're going to get in the ground on some Winnie Mandela shit and get your hands dirty. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Dig them up and bring them to FDMG. Let's do a FDMG burial ground for all the great African ancestors. Bring them all to one place. King Kong consciousness. Notorious RBG. Most requested black scholar in the world, not America, not South America, not Asia, not Europe, not Australia. I said the whole.
All right. That's wild. Umar gonna take y'all out on the first date. You women, he gonna take a first date to the cemetery. I go, what should I bring? Should I bring anything special? Just bring some shovels, family. Family, just bring some shovels. And some Timberlands. Okay. Okay, quick crushes. Afrocentric woman, Morris Chestnut. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, my wife, she watches quite a few of the shows he's on. I don't know why he does it. Not like he's attractive or anything. Okay. It's not like he's muscle bound. I'm a little jelly, okay. But she watches quite a few of him and what's his name? The guy that won the Emmy or whatever it was recently for Sinners. She always, yeah, I just like what's his Michael B. Jordan. Yeah, you know, I just saw this movie with Michael B. Jordan, and he was boxing and he had his shirt off. It just hit the muscles. I said, what are you talking? I said, he ain't got no muscle. What you talking about? Anyway, I'm joking there, allegedly. Okay. Michael Jordan and Prince, or Michael Jordan or Michael Jackson and Prince. Okay. Yeah, everybody loved Michael Jackson back in the day. Yeah. Bobby Brown, Alexis Fields. Yeah, I had a crush on her when she was in I can't remember what that show was, but she would be on skates. That's a long time ago. Oh no, you're talking about somebody else. I'm thinking of Kim Fields. Is it Kim Fields? Yeah, you must be younger because this looks like a younger lady. I'm talking about Kim Fields. When she was what show was she on? Yeah, no, that's not it. The Facts of Life, was that it? Yeah, because she was Tootie. Yep. Yeah, that's when I was really young though. That's from 1982 through 1987. Yeah, so yeah, I was really young back then. So yeah, I had a crush, but you talking about somebody else. Bookman from Good Times, okay, whatever. Denzel, Tony Braxton. I had a little crush on had her album. I had a little crush on her too. Brandy was too young for but yeah, I get it. You probably younger. Yeah, Nia Long. I never had a crush on her, but yeah, she aged very well. She really did. Sheila E. Okay, I got you. I see you on Usher. Okay, you had a huge crush on Leon. Leon from where though? Leon Spinks. I'm just playing. Tony Braxton, Megan Good. Yeah, there's a lot of people that was saying Megan Good. Yeah, someone has said that's younger people. That's younger people, right? Denzel, Denise. Yeah. I had a crush on Denise from Cosby Show. I had a crush on Denise. I had a crush on what's the mama's name? I can't remember. What was the mama's name? Let me see. Cosby Show. Yeah, Claire. I had a crush on Claire Huxtable for a while, and I had a crush on Vanessa too for a while. Yeah. So just line them up. No, just line them up, family. Christina Milan. Who's that? It's probably a younger person. Yeah, that's you younger people. Yeah, she looked like a baby to me. Paul Walker, Regina Hall. Yeah, Regina Hall. Yeah. Because she was in Boys in the Hood, right? Yep. Lawrence Tate. Okay. Yeah, he did that movie with me along. I can't remember what the movie was called. That was a good movie. It had a great soundtrack. One of the best soundtracks I've heard. Yeah, Tony. Okay. Karen Parsons. Who's that? Anytime someone says Karen Parsons. We just hanging out today, y'all. Oh yeah. Did I have a crush on her? Yeah, I would say I had a little crush on her, but not a big one. Yeah, she was interviewed on, and this is what's her name? She's from The Fresh Prince. I can't remember what her name was. She's 59 years old. Yeah, because she was interviewed on somebody's thing. I can't remember what show. You can tell she's a nice person, really nice person. Yeah, but I think I have a little crush on her, not a big one. Yeah, Lawrence Tate. Yeah, quite a few people mentioned him. Idris Elba. Yeah, there's a lot of women like him. Somebody said cemetery stalker. Yeah. Rihanna, yeah, you're probably younger, Mikey. Yeah. So I said Usher. Jennifer Lopez. No, I never had a crush on her. No, because I remember she was in Living Color back in the day. So they had some really fine dancers. I didn't have no crush on any of them. There was one lady though on Living Color that I had a crush on. I can't remember. Let me see. Living Color cast. Yeah, there was a lot of great people came through there. A lot of great people. Chris Rock was on there too. They have him on here. Who was this lady? Yeah, Kim Coles for a while, but Takia Crystal. I had a crush on her when I was in high school. That was a great show. Really great show. Yeah. Yeah, Shannon Lathan. Yeah. She was in sci-fi. She was in Predator, Alien versus Predator. She did a fantastic job in that. Yeah. Damon Wayans. All right. Someone said Jada from Low Down Dirty Shame. Who's that? Jada from Low Down Dirty Shame. Oh, you talking about Jada Smith? Okay. Genuine. Hillary Banks. That's what we were talking about. Someone brought that up earlier. Yeah, Hillary Banks. Yeah. Denzel Washington, Hillary Banks, Lucy Lawless. Oh yeah, from Xena War. Yeah. Don't tell nobody, but yeah. I ain't gonna lie, family. That was some Snow Bunny love back in the day. She's 57, boy. She didn't, the age. She didn't. But back in the day, yeah. I still watch that show. Bad acting, but yeah, you're right about that. That takes me back. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you back. Mariska Hargitay. I don't even know who that is. Mariska, is that a real person? Hope no crazy stuff don't pop up. That sounds like some. Oh yeah. She's from the show Law and Order Special Victims Unit. Yeah. My wife. That's one of her favorite shows. Yeah, I never had a crush on her though. Yeah, she's 62 now. They still going on that. They still going on that show. Yep. Blair Underwood. I remember him. Yep. Blair Underwood. Todd Bridges from Different Strokes. Yeah, I remember him too. Yeah. Everybody keeps saying Lawrence Tate. All right. Lawrence Tate got it going on, I guess. Tay Diggs, Jada Pickett, and Layla Rashawn. Let me see Layla Rashawn. I remember the name, but I don't remember the face. Oh yeah, she was in Boomerang. Yeah, I didn't have no crush on her though, but she was in Boomerang. Yeah. Morris Chestnut, Tevin Campbell. Okay. Sugar Booker T. watched it. Okay. Gino Vanilla was my first crush. I don't even know who that is. Let me see. I thought you talking about Vanilla Ice or something. Huh? What in the world? Your first crush was that. Wow. Yeah, you must be my age because this is like from the this got to be from the 70s. This got to be from the 70s. Okay, I can just tell by the hairstyle. All right, he's just own. Jimmy Jeffrey said Uncle Nancy. All right, we're gonna do your thing. That's fine. Leonardo DiCaprio, Brad Pitt, they're kind of like the same people, right? Ashley from the Fresh Prince, she's too young, but you're probably younger. Karen Parsons brought that up earlier. T.I., you still got a crush on T.I. All right. Vanity, yeah, I had a crush. I ain't gonna lie. I had because she was in The Last Dragon. Yeah, and rest in peace to her because didn't she pass recently? Yeah, rest in peace to her. I was what was that? The Last Dragon. The Last Dragon. Yeah. Yeah, that's her. Let me make sure. Let me not mistake. I want to make sure she's her name is Laura Charles. Okay, I thought she had passed recently. Yeah, she did. Not recent. This was a while ago. Wow, time flies. A decade ago. It says Denise Matthews. So what? Yeah, Denise Matthews. Yeah, I had a crush on her from The Last Dragon. A big crush. Yep. Bumper Robinson from Living Single. Bumper Robinson. Was he? I don't remember him from Living Single. Maybe it's somebody else. Living Single. Yeah, I don't even remember. Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about. He's been on other stuff too. Yeah. He's 51 now. Yeah, he's been on other stuff too. Yeah, I remember that guy. Yeah. Living Single, I had a crush on that one lady. I think she wanted to find, I always forget her name. Erica Alexander. Man, boy, she one of the finest I've ever done seen, even to this day, because she had to start a podcast recently, and she aged very, very well. Yeah, I had a huge crush on her. Yeah, Nia Long, Jane Kennedy. What the? It's the same names up in here. Holly Berry. I never had a crush on Holly Berry. Allen Iverson. Okay, yeah. For those of y'all, some of you younger people don't know, he's one of the all. Well, I wouldn't say is he all time great. No, I wouldn't say he's no. Well. I would say he's an all-time great. That's that, because that I don't know. What do y'all think? I don't know. I don't think he is though. He's a great, but all-time great, because that's like Magic, Shaq, Jordan. Yeah, I don't know if I would put him up there. Regina Hall, yeah. Someone said Black Mario was my crush. Paul Walker. I don't even know who that is. Paul Walker, rest in peace. Yeah, I don't even know who that is. Oh, he passed in 2013. Rest in peace to him. Oh, he was in the movies of Fast and the Furious. Yeah, rest in peace to him. Yep. Janet, yeah, I had a crush on Janet Jackson. Yeah. Who didn't, right? Some keep saying Jane Kennedy, you tripping. Vanessa Williams. Yeah, I never had a crush on her, but yeah, I can see that because she was in Star Trek Next Generation too. She was on the Pleasure Planet. I can't remember what it was called right now, but she was on the Pleasure Planet. I think she was on a couple episodes from Star Trek Next Generation. Yeah, and she was, I think she was married to Rick Fox on the Lakers, if memory serves me correctly. Yeah, I think so. Pebbles. Yeah, you younger. You definitely younger. Kim Kardashian, don't judge me. Black Noir says, I actually had a crush on Babyface during his tender lover days, and I also had a low-key crush on his brother, Melvin Edmonds. I don't even remember Melvin. Let me see. Yeah, they look alike. Yeah, because weren't they in a band? I think they were in a band together. Yeah, he passed in 2019. Rest in peace. He passed at 65. Yeah, rest in peace to him. Yeah, because I thought that they had a group together a long, long time ago. Yeah. Thanks, Black and Long, and thanks for tuning in too. Appreciate you. Aaliyah, definitely. Okay. Blair Underwood. Oh yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. Underwood. Oh yeah. I'm familiar with him. Yeah, he's been in a lot of stuff. He's been around for a long time too. He's 61 now. Yeah. Lacey Duvall. Yeah, this is probably a younger person because I ain't never. Okay. All right. We have to stop this, family. Okay. We have to stop this. Okay. Too Cool 22. We have to stop. Okay. You guys, man, y'all be tripping. All right. Ashanti, okay. Wilma Flintstone. I didn't have a crush on Wilma. I had a crush on the other one. I ain't gonna lie, because when you was a kid, the cartoons, you had little crushes. That's one of them for me. What was the other lady's name? Yeah, Betty. Yeah, Betty Rubble. Yeah, I had a crush on Betty Rubble. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, I had a crush on her. I had a crush on Pippi Longstocking. I had a crush on what the Inspector Gadget. That the one character I can't remember. This was when I was a kid. Inspector. I'm gonna tell y'all who I had a big crush on in a minute. Let me see. I think her name was Penny. Was that her name? Some of y'all don't even know what you call it. Yeah, Penny. Her name was Penny. Yep. I had a crush on her. Did you guys know that the Gadget Mobile was played by D.L. Hughley? Well, I guess this is for the movie. Yeah. Anyway, you guys remember Thundercats? I had a crush on Chitara. Man, I had a huge crush on her back in the day. I can't, boy, she had that pole too. You take that pole out. You guys know what I'm talking? Okay. Nas, okay. All right. Giancarlo Esposito. Giancarlo Esposito. Oh, I know who that is. Isn't that the one guy? He's been in a lot of stuff. Giancarlo, he was like in Spike Lee movies and stuff. Esposito. Yeah, he has a fascinating story. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. He was in Mandalorian. Yep, he did a fantastic job in Mandalorian. Sammy Ray. I thought you said Sammy Ray. Oh, I don't know who this is. You must be young, TJ. Yeah, because I don't know who this is. How old is this person? Let me see. Yeah, it don't even show. Oh wait, yeah, it don't even show. Yeah, I'm not familiar with who this is. Okay. All right, let me do a couple more and then we get back into it. Blair, everybody keeps saying Blair Underwood. Nia Peoples. Nia Peoples. I remember that name. Oh no, I don't know who this is. Yeah, she's 64 now. Okay. I'm just looking for a couple of Christina Molina. Yeah, I don't know who this is either. Okay. All right, let's get back to it, everybody. We got to get going here. Someone said 50 Cent. Okay. All right, I'm real behind in this chat room. Okay, let me do these super chats and we're gonna get going. Lucy Law. Yeah, I got this one earlier. This kind of got us blowed off. Would he clean the grave sites with the same rags? Maybe. All right, thanks, Bleach Soda. What's up, Randy? Says, what a goofy. Yeah. Thank you for the super chat, everyone. Bleach Soda also says, would he clean? Oh, okay, I got that one earlier. Thank you so much. Usual Device says, does Lauryn Hill count? I'm Asian, but old boy. Yeah, there's a lot of people that had a question. I never had a question on Lauryn Hill, but there's a lot of people who have. Yeah, she's a great singer. Thank you, Usual Divide. Gabrielle Union. Okay, I know who that is. Okay, thanks, JC. That's what's she's married to Dwayne Wade. Yeah, thank you for the super chat. TJ also says Tony Braxton, Neil Long, Regina Hall, Sandler. Yeah, that's a great 5 right there. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I gotta put Sade too. I had a big crush on Sade when I was really young. Vanessa Del Rio. Someone stay. Thanks, TJ. Stay trained up, says Vanessa Del Rio. Yeah, I don't know who this is. Let's see. Okay. All right. Okay, we'll move on. Thank you. So look up Jane Kennedy. Isn't that one of the president's wives? Why Jane Kennedy? Oh no, you're talking about somebody else. No, you're saying Jane. Let me see. Oh, she's older. Yeah, what is she from? Didn't she pass recently? I think she passed recently. Because there's Jane with the Y in it. That's probably who you're talking about. Let me see. Yeah, what is she from though? She's still alive, 74 years old. So let me take that back. Oh, she's an actress, model, corporate spokesperson, producer, and writer. Okay, yeah, she's pretty. Yeah, I don't remember ever seeing her back in the day. Thanks, TJ. Brandon says I still have a crush on Gabby Douglas. Gabby Douglas. Isn't that? Let me see. You talking about the athlete, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, she's just a baby. But you're probably younger, so that's all good. Yeah, she was fantastic in the Olympics. Yeah, she tore it up back in the day. I remember that. Thank you, Brandon, for the super chat. Quick chat, we're worse than Lenon. Yeah. Which y'all's crushes, so it makes me. I don't feel as bad. Okay. Thank you, Laurie. Judy Pace. Okay, 2 more, and we're gonna get back to it. Judy Pace. Oh, okay. Yeah. She passed recently. Yeah. Yeah, a week ago. Rest in peace to her. Yeah, she was an actress from back in the day. Yeah, she was in black exploitation films. Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you, First Class Citizen. And then Young Money says Lynn Whitfield and Viola. Yeah. They're both, I never had crushes on them, but yeah. both of them fine. But I'm gonna tell you that the person, the lady that was in Star Trek. What movie was that with the Borg? Star Trek. I can't remember. Borg. It was the Borg movie. Yeah, First Contact. Star Trek First Contact. I have that in my phone. I watch that from time to time. First Contact. I don't have a lot of stuff in my phone, but that's one of the movies I have in there. So there's a lady on there, and she's one of the finest women I've ever seen. Star Trek First Contact cast. What they got the lady? Oh, here. Her name is Alfre Ruddard. Yeah. She's 73 now. Yeah, she's real beautiful. Her, and then there's another lady. I can't remember. She plays on these shows. She plays on different shows, but she used to play on. Let's see if anyone can figure this out. And then I'm gonna throw this out there. And if anyone in the chat room knows what I'm talking about, let me know. But she played in. She plays in on these shows that are like cop shows, that type of thing. She's older now, but I always thought that she was really, really beautiful. Yeah. Someone said, "I'll be sure off on your own was my." Okay, I'll be sure. I mean, you don't mean to like. Okay, I got you. All right, thank you for that. And then thanks, Young Money. Thanks everyone for super chats. Let's get back to it. I wish I could remember what that lady. Yeah, of course. So I forgot to mention Angela Bassett. She's one of the most beautiful women, and she's not Viola Davis. That's all I'm talking about. Someone said Gerald Buckter. No, that's not who I'm talking about. That there's another woman. She does. Mainly, she's in. Let me see. Well, I'll look it up and see if I can figure it out. Yeah, Felicia Rashad. Yeah, I had a question on her back in the day. What's up, Mike? Mike says, keep up the work. Thank you so much, Mike. Hope you're doing all right. Yeah, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I can't remember who this woman's name is. If anyone remembers or knows who I'm talking about, I know I didn't give enough information, but I just can't remember what her oh, she's on 911 Cop Show now? No, I think you're talking about Angela Bassett, but that's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about this other lady. Yeah, you're talking about Angela Bassett. Yeah. Frida Payne. Maybe that's who. No, that's not who I was thinking about. Anyway, okay, let's get back on track, everybody. We go on for an hour. Someone, thanks again, Mike. Someone said 100% real man. Come on now. He said China. All right, we see what you into, my brother. CC, I'm not even gonna look that up. I'm not looking that up at all. I'm not looking that up at all. Someone says Sonia Sohn. Well, we got blown off. That's okay. I'm kicking it tonight. Oh yeah. She's in some more recent stuff. Yeah, she reminds me of one of my sisters, my oldest sister. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. She's 61. She sure don't look 61. Yeah, because I only learned about her recently because my wife watched. She's in one of these shows. It's like another one of those CSI cop shows. My wife, she's into that kind of stuff. I think my oldest sister is the one who got her into that a long time ago. But my oldest sister, she's into that stuff too. But yeah, she looked like she could be related to some, to my family. Her mother was Korean and her father was black. Okay. Yeah, she's a good actress too. I only learned about her recently though. All right, someone said DMX. All right. Minnie Riperton. Yeah. Tamara Tunia. Who's that? I don't even know who that is. Tamara Tooney. Oh yeah. What was she in though? Yeah, she's been in a lot of. Yeah, she was in the CSI show I was talking about earlier. She sure was. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I know you're talking about right there. Okay. All right, let's get into it, everybody. Yeah. China, I think he was talking about China the wrestler. Said Earth the Kid. Okay, you're going back a ways, huh? All right. Yeah. I think she was in Law and Order. Is that her name? Rata from Law and Order. No, that's not who I'm thinking about. Yeah, but I know who you're talking about right there too. It's another lady. I wish I could remember. I'm gonna look it up while we get going here. Okay. China the wrestler. Okay, all right. Okay, we done got blowed off. All right, let's get going. Let's get going here. Tina Marie. Okay. 78% sent to Kiana. Luke Cage. All right. I don't know dude's name. Let me look it up. Luke Cage. I think someone mentioned this guy earlier, didn't they? Yeah, I never watched this show. Yeah, someone mentioned this guy earlier because he's been around for a really long time. Is it Mike Coulter? Yeah, Mike Coulter. Yeah. Yeah, he does a good job. He does. All right, let me get out this Olivia Newton-John. And again, we kicking it tonight. We gonna get. I'm taking my time too. I ain't tripping. Olivia Newton-John. Oh yeah. She's she passed away in 2022. So rest in peace. Yeah, this is from this is old school. Oh, she was in. It looks like she was in that movie Grease. Yeah, she was in the movie Grease. Okay. Yeah, I remember her from back in the day. Yeah, rest in peace to her. See, then what is your take on the most recent Star Trek series? It's not my cup of tea. One of my general issues with the direction that Star Trek has gone going all the way back to the Star Trek movies. Going back to 2009, in fact, with the movie that came out, it was called Star Trek. They had different characters than what we were used to. But the thing is that the way that Star Trek is presented in 2009, so I'm real big on there has to be cohesion in the timeline. So this is to say that the technology that we see in Star Trek, that movie from 2009, is not even close to what we see, because it's supposed to be the Enterprise. It's not even close to what we see in Star Trek, the original. I would have liked to have seen the technology closer to, again, not necessarily the same, because back in the day, in the 60s, the technology they had to work with in order to pull that off, the original series, it's not what we had in 2009. But I would like to have seen it connect. Another issue is even with the Klingon thing. Klingons that you see, and they give an explanation for it. The Klingons that you see in their physical appearance in the original series, it's vastly different than what we see in Star Trek Next Generation. And then what we see in Star Trek Next Generation and then moving forward is very much different than the one series with, I can't remember what the series is called, Star Trek, I can't remember what it's called. But those types of things bother me. And so in 2009, how the ships look, everything streamlined, the technology looks so much different than what we saw back in the 60s. There should have been some sort of connection, and in my opinion, it kind of breaks up the continuity. So that's one of my big issues with the movies in particular. Okay, and then in terms of the series, the same thing with the most recent series. I think that the way that it plays out in the timeline, it doesn't connect, and that's a big issue. A lot of the themes in there too. I just think it's for younger people, and I get that too. But I'm old school sci-fi. I like stuff there's certain sci-fi that's classic, and it's true to what I consider to be sci-fi. I don't even think that comedy should be a large part of sci-fi. Okay? I'm a purist in that sense. And in the most recent series, it's a lot of joking around, and that's cool for like younger people. But I want to see the real stuff. Space exploration. Resolving conflicts. Resolving issues with tech that needs to be resolved, all that kind of stuff, exploring, finding new species, that kind of stuff. That's retroactive at this point, retrograde stuff. These days, it's more like entertainment, and I don't particularly care for that. I tried to get into it. I couldn't get into it. I'll revisit it because there's series that I couldn't get into at first, like Enterprise, Star Trek Enterprise, but I was able to get through the whole series at a certain point. I don't think it's high on the list. I think it's low on the list of the series, all the different series of Star Trek. But I did get through it, and it was decent. Just wasn't great. Anyway, I'm a purist in these regards. Okay, you guys see, I get all serious. All right. Thank you. And I know, Imani, the most recent series, it's gotten a lot of criticism, and I understand a lot of criticism. It's warranted. It's just that it's like a total There's no connection to any real connection to other series. And that's why I think Star Trek, The Next Generation going into Deep Space Nine, there's an episode where Star Trek Next Generation, they dock at Deep Space Nine. You guys remember that? And then Cisco has an interaction with Captain Picard. Okay, that's handing over the torch. So there's cohesion there. You see, so that I appreciate that kind of stuff, right? But with Star Trek, the newest series, that cohesion doesn't exist. There's other series that are like that too. I just don't care for that. Okay. I apologize for ranting. Thank you, Imani. I can talk for days on sci-fi. I consider myself to be a sci-fi purist. It should be very little comedy, and it should be about space exploration. It should also be about technology too, but there should also be cohesion in between different series. Okay, even if you go back in time, you do a series that happened before. Okay, well, there needs to be cohesion between that and other series, in my opinion. All right. Jamie says Dizzy Gillespie when he was really young. Okay. Yeah, you taking it way back. Tamara Tooney. All right. Tamara Tooney from Law and Order. Let me just look that up. There we go going. Tamara Tooney. Oh yeah, someone brought her up earlier. I gotta find that other lady though. Yeah, I thought she was on a long time ago. She was I can't remember if it was The Reading Rainbow or something from long time ago. She was on it. Yeah. I just can't remember what this lady name is. Okay. All right, let's get going here. Thank you everyone for participating. We got blowed off for like an hour, but that's okay. we Tiffany Griff, you had a crush. All right, wait, listen. TJ, listen, we each his own. I remember one time she got up on a podcast on YouTube. I have the video. I will never show it, but she got up on, I kid you not, she got on Beyonce's YouTube. If memory serves me correctly, she had on what they call that? You put it on a robe. She ended up taking off that robe and have on that lingerie on. I said, oh my God. If anybody remember, they ain't the one. But anyway, that was wild, y'all. Somebody says, spill the tea. I kid you not. Some of y'all don't know what I'm talking about, but that's good. Beyonce's YouTube. She got on Beyonce's YouTube, took that robe off, and had on lingerie. My tail, like, yeah, I remember that. Oh yeah. You ain't never lied, homeboy. You ain't never lied. You ain't, yeah, she did. Only one person said, 7FM remember. 7FM been around a long time. This was a long time ago. She had on that lingerie. I was like, why? Because there were people who were talking about her, how she wasn't attractive and all that stuff. So that's what she decided to do. Well, hey, whatever. I wouldn't advise it, allegedly. I have the video, but I ain't gonna never play that. Yeah, her name is this the lady? Yeah. Her name is Charlotte Lewis. Yeah, she's 58 years old now, but back in the day, I had a crush on her for sure. Yep, that was an Eddie Murphy movie called The Golden Child from 1986. Yeah, so I was about 11. Yep. Yeah, I put up some. Yeah, I remember her. There's a lot of childhood crushes. Right? Okay. All right. Let's see. What's the word? What's the word says? Hi, Lenon. At this point, if Umar's a scammer, why does it matter? I'll answer that in just a moment. Seems like the well has dried up. And a few folks donate. Why does it? If a few folks donate, why does it matter? Separately, do you think Tariq's Kickstarter requesting $25,000 for an AI generated hidden colors is worth it? Okay, let me start with that last question. I don't know about that. Okay, so an AI generated hidden. I have no idea. I hadn't even heard about that. Yeah, I know he was I thought he was working on another movie with because he had mentioned. I heard him mention, or someone had mentioned it. Hidden Colors. I don't know what version this is. Okay, so it's on Kickstarter. It'd be interesting in terms of tech, I think. You know, to see if you can pull it off using AI. Oh, he has, okay. So the goal is 250,000. He's at 145,000, a little over that. And he has 49 hours to go. So he has 2 days to reach the goal. Where does it say? You said with AI. Let me see. Yeah, that it sounds like an interesting concept in terms of utilizing tech. I mean, okay. So it says use of AI. I plan to use AI generated content. And so it's just, I don't think it's going to be all AI. What parts of your project will use AI generated content? Please be as specific as possible. I will be using AI tools to create static artistic imagery. Okay, and visualizations for B-roll sequence. That's interesting. Where historical archival footage does not exist, such as pre-colonial history. That's an interesting concept. The core interviews, narration, and modern footage are all live action. So I think what he's doing is he's going to mix it. So as an example, in past Hidden Colors, he would have guests on. He's still going to have guests that are interview guests, but he's going to be utilizing AI. It'll be interesting to see how that works out. Now, is it worth it? I can't speak to that. I do know this, that he's been widely successful with his Hidden Color. This Hidden Color 6. He's been widely successful with the Hidden Color series, and clearly there's support for it. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I haven't watched a full Hidden Colors yet. I haven't downloaded the ones that Umar's in it, but I haven't watched it yet. Yeah, but we'll see. Yeah, I think it's an interesting concept to use AI for that purpose, for sure. Yeah, more and more we'll see that it's not like it's not being used, but for in terms of a documentary series, as part of a documentary series. I think this is going to be the first time that he does that. All right, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, but he's at 145,000 right now. The goal is 250, and he has two days to go. Okay, so we'll see. I didn't even know about that. Okay, and then let me answer the other question. So at this point, if Umar is a scam, no, he is a scammer for sure. Even the fact that he lies about the money, it's a scam. That speaks to the scam. Why does it matter? Well, it matters because historically speaking, there are individuals who have come onto the scene and exploited the Black community. Like Umar has, and it needs to be archived. It needs to be called out because there will be future people that come on down the line. It's always happened that way. I think. Hold on a second. Are you? Yeah, I apologize. My daughter, she just got home. So what was I saying? So no, it matters because in particular what I'm doing with Umar is just I'm setting an example. He needs to be called out. It's being done in real time. You know, the receipts are there, and I think that I know that the in particular the analysis that I give, and you'll see a lot more of that inside the actual documentary that I'm working on. But the analysis that I give, I think is pertinent, and then people can use that in the future for the next Umar, because there's always someone. We can look at Jay Morrison as an example, even Polite as another example. You know, there's people who've come along and they've exploited the Black community, and they target the Black community. I think Umar, he's unique because he not only does he target the Black community, but he also exploits Black women. Okay, that needs to be called out too. Okay, there's a standard that needs to be set, and the standard doesn't exist, in my opinion, to the level that it needs to exist. And furthermore, the so-called Black conscious community, they should be on the forefront of this, regulating this. And it's not just here in 2026. These regulations should have been in place, the analysis, the critical critique, so forth, and so on. This should have been in place a decade ago, 15 years ago, in point of fact, right? So that's why it matters. That's some of the reasons why it matters, okay? Seems like the well has dried up. But what I will say to that is that in terms of Umar and him posting videos consistently, that has dried up. All right. And then the second or the next part of this, and it's if a few folks donate, why does it matter? Well, it's not just the people who donate, it's also the people that he's exploiting. It's also the people who have donated. It's also the people that he's exploited in the past. So it's going to be relevant until such time that Umar stops, because when he does stop, there's going to be another one who's going to pop up. And when that person pops up, then the people they can just look at the analysis. In particular with the documentary, they'll be able to watch the documentary and they can be able to gain critical analysis, and they can apply that critical analysis to the next person who pops up, and then keep themselves safe from people who would financially exploit, and in Umar's case, sexually exploit, right? And then targeting not only just Black people, but single Black mothers. And so that's why it matters, all right? And then thank you for this, the super chat. And yeah, I didn't know about Tariq Nasheed and Hidden Colors 6. I thought he was working on another project, but maybe this is the project that he's working on. Thank you again for the super chat. I appreciate it. Okay, did I get to everyone? Because we got to get going here now. Let's see. Amina says, in all serious, happy anniversary to you and your gorgeous wife, and a great example of. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, we had a wonderful time yesterday. We stuffed ourselves too. We sure did. Because they put out a big plate. I showed a picture earlier, and it's like communal. So me and my wife, and then one of my daughters, we shared a plate, and then on this side, my youngest son and my oldest daughter shared a plate, because you can order it for 2 people, you can order for 3, you can order for 4. We ordered for 3, and then my son got my older son got his own thing, and my second son got his own thing, and we had a really good time. So. Thank you so much for that. I mean, yeah, 25 years. It's gone by real quick too. You know, that's the thing is we've been together so long. Time it just flies. You know, I just hope and pray that we can get another 25 years in. Lord, if the Lord's willing, that will be absolutely awesome. You know, thanks, Amina. All right, and everyone else too, because I got a wonderful response on when I posted that yesterday. So that was absolutely awesome. It inspired me. I said, maybe I should be posting more on there. I rarely post on there except when we go live. All right. Thanks, Amina. Okay, and we're at 1,000 people now. So real quick, let me give an update on the poll question. Should platforms continue to have Umar Johnson on when they know FDMG is a scam? 1,152 votes so far. 19% said yes. 81% said no. Okay. All right. So make sure you get your vote in during this live stream. We're already at 430 likes. Our goal is 600. We'll get to it, I'm sure. Okay. Thank you, Amina. All right, and then what's the word says AI in terms of the fact that he keeps supplementing his lack of facts with AI images, and we believe it. But the question is whether doing that is worth $250,000. Is it okay? So are you? I think what you're saying is it worth using AI? Well, I think again, AI is just part of it, but is it worth $250,000? But the thing is, he's raised a lot more than that for other projects, from what I remember. Again, I don't watch Tariq. I don't follow him at all. I think it's interesting if he's going to use AI specifically to give renditions of historical events. From a tech standpoint, he's going to save money doing that, as opposed to hiring actors and actresses to play out parts, because he's done that in the past too. In particular, I remember the trailer for. I can't remember what it was. 1809. Let me see. 1804. 1804. Yeah, it was about the Haitian, the hidden history of Haiti. He had actual actors and actors play out these different events. But if he uses AI, he's going to save a lot of money if he decided to do that. Now, again, is it worth $250,000? I don't know. But again, it's not just AI. He's also going to be having people that he's going to be interviewing too. And from what I remember, he's raised more than $250,000 for other $250,000, if memory serves me correctly, for other Hidden Colors series. And I could be wrong on that. Okay, so don't quote me on that. And again, I don't follow Umar. I don't follow Tariq Nasheed's work. Okay, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Okay, did I get to everyone? I think I got to everyone. Oh, someone said, I apologize. Carlos said, Lenon, if you love sci-fi and gaming, you should check out the Mass Effect trilogy. Yeah, they had it. I think I bought it. They had it on sale on Steam for like all 3 of them. I think I did. I think I bought it because they had this crazy Steam sale, like maybe I think it was the end of the last year. And I think I picked that up. I just haven't had time to play it. Time is always the issue. Amazing story, setting, and characters, my favorite sci-fi. Okay, yeah, if I ever have time, because I got that. I got Cyberpunk, which I haven't played yet either, but it was real cheap, so I just went and got it. And then I gotten Starfield Premium Edition for my PC, because I have it on Xbox, but I got it for Game Pass. I don't use Game Pass anymore. It's too expensive. It's not that it's too expensive; it's a waste of money. But I got those 3 plus a couple of other ones, and they were dirt cheap. But I haven't played it yet. But yeah, Mass Effect has great reviews and has had great reviews for years now. Yeah, so when I have some time, I'll check it out. I do have it though. Thank you, Carlos. I'm always looking for sci-fi, movies or series to watch. That's what I'm always looking for. Okay. What's your favorite between Star Trek and Star Wars? Probably Star Wars, but I watch Star Trek more. Yeah, it's probably Star Wars, but I watch Star Trek more, historically speaking. In fact, Star Trek, The Next Generation is what got me back into sci-fi. I remember seeing the original series, but I didn't really get into it as a child. But then with Star Trek Next Generation, I mean, it was just amazing. And then I went to go start looking at the Star Trek, the original series, and that just, from there, just, even before that, though, because I was in the Star Wars, because it was on HBO back in the day. I think it was, I can't remember which one it was, but it came on HBO, and that just, it was transformative. I remember I was a real young child when that came out on HBO. Let me see if I can find out. When did Star Wars originally come out on HBO? Yeah, 1983, February 1st. So it was around that time. It was A New Hope. So I was like 8. And that's when I really got in. No, that's not it either, because I remember Battlestar Galactica. Battlestar, that was another thing. I can't remember what it was. Battlestar Galactica original series. That goes way back. 1978. So at a certain point, I was watching that as a kid. It came out when I was 3. There was also Buck Rogers. I mean, I was getting into stuff, but it wasn't until I got into Star Wars originally that I really got into sci-fi. But then Star Trek Next Generation, that's when it really blew. But anyway, I would say Star Wars is my favorite, but I watch more Star Trek than Star Wars. Okay, thank you for it. And I hope I didn't miss anybody. I'm trying to scroll up here. Someone said Elise Neal and Bernadette Stannis, a.k.a. Thelma. Yeah, I remember Thelma. Yeah, Elisa Neal. Okay, she's 60 now. And then you said Elise Neal, and then you said Bernadette Stannis. Yeah. Yeah, I had a huge crush on her from back in the day. I sure did. Yeah, she's 72. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Louis says, what kind of weirdo walks around cemeteries? I can imagine him taking a woman on a date to one. Hey, queen, come with me to see my ancestors. Who's your grandmama, Umar, or something like that. That's romantic. Okay, you can make it work. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. All right, ladies, if your man won't take you to the cemetery for a date, go for it. Okay. All right. Thanks, Louis Lug. Okay, I think I'm all caught up with all of the super chats. Okay, and not to change the subject, but Lenon, are you going to address latest? No, I don't even watch. I don't even watch. Yeah, it's no point. Right. Thank you for being a member for 1 month. What's the word says AI in terms of, okay, I got this one early. Okay, I think I'm all caught up. And then Young Money says Tales from the Dark Side. Okay, I remember that too. I sure do. All right, let's get going over here, everybody. Okay, so I was going to pull up these other videos, but let's table that because we're already an hour and 30 minutes in. Let's get into the David Barnes interview, and we're going to pick up at the 22-minute and 50-second mark. Let me just check to see where we're at with the likes. We're at 455. Our goal is 600. So if you're enjoying the show, go on and hit that like button. I appreciate it. Okay, so let's see here. Here we go. Mm-hmm.
Barashango was the church of the Black Messiah. Mm-hmm. We're talking about the shrine of the Black Messiah. They have the shrine in Detroit, Houston,
yeah, they don't hit the like button
in Atlanta. And they would be the Christian version of Garveyism. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Because they preach, a form of African fundamentalism and Black nationalism, but it's tied to a Black Christian Messiah as opposed to a white Christian Messiah. And the brother who founded that, Albert Cleage. You ever heard that name? He's the father of Black Christian nationalism. If you go on YouTube and type him in, he was on a lot of panels with a lot of the other prominent leaders in the 70s. Stokely Carmichael, he was up there with Stokely, with Fannie Lou Hamer. He started the Shrine of the Black Madonna in Detroit. Shrine of the Black Madonna in Detroit. And they have 3 locations. And I know them very well because they always allow me to come and speak when I travel. But people need to read him because his books on Black Christian nationalism, he's almost like the opposite of Elijah Muhammad, if you would. Or would you say the the counterbalance, where Muhammad was Islamic black Islamic nationalism. He was black Christian nationalism. And I think a lot of our Christian brothers and sisters would do well to study his work because he was black first. He was about the Bible, but he was black first. All of our pastors were black first back then, Baba. But in this post-Dr. King era, that we have gotten so insecure about.
Again, this is him taking shots at the Dr. Martin Luther King. I'm trying to find this lady I was talking about earlier.
Standing on our own square, that we only want to stand when we stand there with other people.
Before I go any further, I mentioned earlier in the program, at the beginning of the program, and I just want to let you know, in case you did not know, that the president of Ghana is going to be here in Philadelphia at the end of this month. And they're celebrating their
here she goes.
69th independence.
Where is he? I need that info, Baba. Please text it to me.
I certainly will. That's why I brought it up, because you're a citizen, you're a Ghanaian, and so I'm going to forward that to you.
But shouldn't Umar know that though, since he's so big time? Anyway,
now I
do you know the date, Baba? Do you know the date?
27th.
27th.
March 27th.
Damn. I got an invite on that date.
No, you don't. Cut it out.
Wow.
It's going to be in the morning.
Text me the info.
I will.
I might have to give up the invite because I don't want to miss this.
And I thought about you. I thought about you as soon as I saw it. Patrick is the one who turned me on to it.
I wish I would have knew that sooner. I wish I would have knew that sooner. Send me the info, though. Send me the info.
Because I was thinking, I said, maybe if I could get some credentials, I was going to be willing to pass a credential on to you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please send me that. And I also wanted to let you know as well, Baba, that, we're ready for inspection.
Okay.
We haven't spoken in a while.
Here we go. The lady I was talking about, her name is Loretta Wade. Yeah, I had a crush on her a long, long time ago. I always thought she was so pretty. But I thought she was in, not Magic School Bus. Was it Reading Rainbow? Because that may be where I saw the Rainbow. No, she wasn't in that. It was in something from a long time ago. Because she's been around a long time. Yeah, let me go back to her 2000. This got to be way long time ago. And she did voiceover for Jackie Chan Adventures. Yeah, she's done a whole lot of stuff, but I thought she was in something from a long time ago. Was she in Sesame Street? I don't remember her Take a Look, It's in a Book. Yeah. Anyway, she was in something when I was a child that's where the crush started. I can't remember what it was though. Yeah, she's been around for a really long time. Okay. Anyway, let me stay focused. Someone said, let us stay focused. All right. Someone said that Father David, he's playing solitaire while he's talking to Umar. Okay. All right. I remember Tales of the Dark Side. I sure do. Thank you, Young Money and TJ. Brandon says the president of Ghana would see him and have him arrested for things he did to women. Ain't no telling. But Brother James sent me a link. Umar did say that he's supposed to be meeting with him or something to that effect. Don't quote me. It's on his Instagram page. I just looked at it quickly before we started the show. But we'll have to wait and see. But see if Umar's Umar says that the president is the number one Pan Africanist and he's number two. Well, if you're number two, wouldn't the number one know about you? And wouldn't you know that he's coming to your city? Umar didn't even know. All right. We'll see. Thanks, Brandon. Polygrip, what is Bob? Let's leave. We're gonna leave this time. We ain't gonna do that. Thanks, Xenoflex. Thanks, Brandon. Thanks everyone for all the super chats too. All right. Okay. Let's get going. Here we go. So Umar, he's saying that they're. I think he said they're waiting or ready for inspections now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please send me that. And I also wanted to let you know as well, Baba, that we're ready for inspection.
Okay.
You know, we haven't spoken in a while. We are ready. The school is absolutely done, Baba. Absolutely done.
Can we get an applause for that?
He lying.
And so, you know, we're waiting for the city. We're waiting for the city, Baba, you know, and I know they're going to give us a little bit of pushback because they never wanted us to finish. We know they tried to sell the school behind our back this summer, you know, and we might got to jump through a few hoops. We might got to do a couple backflips, a couple Michael Jackson moon slides. We might got to, you know, do a couple somersaults, you know, so we're going to try to be patient and humble with the city, you know, because it is their city. But I'm just hoping that they don't give us too much nonsense because I don't want to have to ask my people to join me in a serious protest march through the city of Wilmington. I'm hoping we
see that. He said this when he was on the Breakfast Club the last time. What year was that? That was in 2024. He already set this up back in 2024, almost 2 years ago. He said the same thing on the Breakfast Club. They might have to march against the city because the certificate of occupancy. Umar knows it's not going to pass.
Don't have to do that. I'm hoping I don't have to get an attorney and sue for discrimination. I'm hoping that the good brothers and sisters in the city government there under that Democratic mayor will, I hope they are as ready as we are to just give us our building permit so we can get started. That's what I'm hoping. So I'm hoping we're past the point of adversity. I'm hoping we're past that.
When they give you the permission and the certificate of occupation.
Yeah, he is. Leslie Purple, he's setting up the BS again. That's exactly what he's doing. And again, like I was, someone said the backslide. Like I was saying before, everything is about extending things. So this extends it because he's going to have trouble with the city. There will not, I mean, he knows that it's not going to pass, but he's going to use that as an excuse. Someone said, and I agreed. Someone that said, this is from an older video that I did, because that's what I was proposing, that Umar wanted the city to sell those properties or sell half of it at least. And I'll do it in both, actually. He wanted that to happen because then he can say, I didn't know they sold it out from under me, family, and blah, 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 blah. But I broke the story about the munition. And again, shout out to the person who sent it to me. And that put a monkey wrench inside of Umar's plan. So some of that reference, they said, yeah, that's what they thought. Yeah, I had proposed that too. That's what Umar, what his plan was. That's what I believe. I'm speculating, but I think that's what Umar's plan was. So again, all of this is to extend this. And if the city had sold these and he spends a story that it's out from under him and he didn't even know about that, well, then that's going to extend this, indefinitely at that point. But it didn't work out. Right? Yeah, he's trying to get that certificate of occupation. All right, let's go.
Then you'd be probably ready to open up in September?
No, sir, that's too soon. That's way too soon. There's a lot of moving parts as it involves the school. And so if you say September, that's only giving us April, May, June, July, or that's giving us 5-6 months, but not enough time. We're gonna plan for next September, next August.
And there you have it. Umar just changed the grand opening date to September of 2027. Just like that. Convenient, right? I mean, this is all about extending this indefinitely. So I count at least 29 grand opening date changes at this point. There's more, but that's what I can verify based upon my research and then him saying this right here. 29 different grand opening date changes since 2010, when he said the school's going to open September 11, 2013. See, listen, I know that's what he says. He's Jimmy Jabberoo. That's what he said. He says it's a lot of moving parts. Well, what does that mean exactly? If it's a lot of moving parts and you've been sitting on these bandos for 7 years, what are we talking about? You know, what's interesting is what this means is that by the time we get to September of 2027, Umar would have been sitting on these trap bandos for 8 years. When did this end? When does this end? Again, the objective is to keep getting money out of people. And somebody mentioned it earlier. Yeah, the well has dried up. He doesn't get the type of money that he receives back in the day. You're absolutely right about that. But to Umar, it doesn't matter as long as he's getting some money. See, what's Umar's alternative? Sell the buildings or get a job or do both? See, he's not going to get a job. So, and if he sells the buildings, then what is he going to, that's the foundation of all this at this point, at least starting in February of 2019, was, listen, we have these buildings and they're schools. No, they're abandoned buildings, but this is how he continues getting money out of people. So what does Umar do? He just continues to move the goalpost, and he blames other people. And then he tells people that, you know, his critics are moving the goalpost. No, Umar just moved the goalpost again. And this is at least the 29th time, based upon my research, that Umar Johnson has moved the goalpost with no end in sight. Someone said vote for Petro. Isn't that from that one movie? Because I think my kids were watching that last week. Oh, what was, I think that was from that one movie. What's up, Taz? It was a movie, Napoleon Dynamite, I think. And my kids was watching that last week. I said, you guys watching that for? They was laughing. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. Okay. Look, everybody know that movie. I was wondering why my kids watching that. It was cracking up though. All right, I don't even think I've ever watched the whole thing. Okay, let's keep going. Of
2027. Mm-hmm. So hopefully, if we get it this spring, we're gonna plan for next September, next August of 2027. Mm-hmm. So hopefully, if we get it this spring, that gives us a whole year. We're confident we can be ready next August, but there's no way we can be ready in 6 months from getting out.
It's ridiculous.
A certificate of occupancy.
So were you able to?
And that's why we're hoping that we get this quick. We're hoping that they work.
Yeah, listen to the terminology. Hoping. It's a dream.
With us and give us this quickly so we can get started. Because there's a lot of work that got to be done between now and doors opening for the children. And
I mean, is there anyone in here who thinks that Father David believes Umar at this point? Is there anyone who thinks that Father David believes what Umar is saying right here? I don't think so. Yeah, I know, and it's been going on for such a long time. It's a shell game. It's been going on. Again, Umar makes the announcement in 2010. That's 16 years right there. Yeah, I don't think someone said do a poll. Okay, let's do a poll. Yeah. This is standard Umar Johnson terminology. God willing, I hope so. If everything goes well, you know, it's a pipe dream. Okay, let me close out this other poll. We're going to ask that question. So 1,255 votes. Thanks everyone who voted. We're almost at 500 likes. Our goal is 600. Okay, we got over 1,000, almost 1,100 people in here. If y'all enjoying the show, hit the like button. Should platforms continue to have Umar Johnson on when they know FDMG is a scam? 19% said yes. 81% said no. Okay, so let me close that out. And then someone had referenced earlier, if they do have him on, that would be okay as long as they ask Umar critical questions and they press him, right? So I'm going to do a poll on this. Does Father David believe, I'll put it this way, that Umar Johnson is going to open, well, you know, it's not even that. It's does he believe Umar John? I don't even know how to phrase this because I'll just say, does Father David believe Umar Johnson? Okay, get your vote in. Get your vote in. Here we go. It's up. Yeah, Ms. Confer. Umar says that all the time. You know, we hoping, we this, we that. You know, but there is no we. It's Umar. That's it. No board of directors, no team. Okay, I got the poll up. Get your votes in already. Early tallies. Does Father David believe Umar Johnson? 26% said yes, 72% said no. Okay. Now it's 29% said yes, 70%. Now it's 28%, 27% to 70. Okay, get your vote in. All right. Thanks, Mr. Controversy. Umar always says we. There is no we. It's Umar. That's it. Thank you, Ms. Controversy. Giannis says my father watches Star Trek a lot. I watched Star Trek a lot when I was a kid. Yeah. I don't watch it as much as I used to because I don't have time, but I will put it on, especially if I'm relaxing or I'm trying to go to sleep. I'll put some Star Trek on. Thanks, Giannis. Okay, did I get that one? Yeah, I think I'm all caught up in for the super chat. Thank you, guys. All right, let's keep going here. I'll give you guys an update on the poll in just a little bit. All right, here we go.
Of course, in the meantime, between now and then, Baba, there will be a lot of community programming and fundraisers. a lot of community programming and fundraisers, and I strongly encourage your listening audience.
What do you mean in community fundraisers? What is he talking
Get
about?
this quick. We're hoping that they work with us and give us this quickly so we can get started. Because there's a lot of work that got to be done between now and doors opening for the children. And of course, in the meantime, between now and then, Baba, there will be a lot of community programming and fundraisers.
So he's saying between now and the school opening that there's going to be community programs and what, fundraising for the community or fundraising for FDMG? Is that what he's saying? So, yeah, I don't know what he means by that. As far as community programming, listen, Umar, if you're going to have community programming, you should have had that back in 2019. You haven't had any community program. You've thrown 2 parties. Does that count as community program? I guess you can throw that in there. So let's give him credit for that. But I'm talking about stuff that's substantive outside of having a good time. I'm talking about, you know, a book bag drive for the kids, you know, Christmas gifts drive for the kids, that kind of stuff. Shoe drive. Have you done any of that? No. So you would think that he would have done that by now after 7 years, but all of a sudden now that's on the agenda? I don't think so. I don't know what he means by community fundraising. That don't make no sense to me. Yeah, maybe he's just asking for more money. Everybody, yeah, fundraising for himself. Maybe that's what it is. That's what it sounds like to me. Somebody said David Sentendrey. He sure is. Fundraising for his pockets. That's what it sounds like. Yeah, he's done nothing for not one kid. You're right. You're absolutely right about that. 7 years and counting. Over 7 years and a month. Poll question tallies. Does Father David believe Umar Johnson? 28% said yes, 73% said no. Okay. All right, let's keep going. Here we go.
A lot of community programming and fundraisers, and I strongly encourage your listening audience to donate. If you are not a donor, you cannot attend anything we do. If you are not a donor, you cannot attend anything we do. So
when you
get on that donor list, and it better not be.
What does that mean? Anything we do? First of all, there is no we. What is he doing?
$5 or $10. I'm just going to be honest, because you know we're going to have a occupancy capital, right?
That's right.
People that can be in that building at one time, and when we.
This guy's delusional. There's going to be a. What did he say?
We're going to have a occupancy capital, right?
That's right.
People.
He's saying capital because everything's about money. I think what he says is a cap on occupancy. That means that you can only have a certain amount of people in the building at one time. I think that's what he's meaning to say. It's not capital. There's a term, but that's not the appropriate term. Yeah, that's it. Capacity, a maximum capacity. Thank you, ESP. But he talked about capital because it's all about money. But you know what's crazy is he's talking as if the school is open and there's gonna be people in there like tomorrow. Yeah, I know Umar couldn't even get the book club up and running. What you talking about? That's a good point, James. He couldn't even get a virtual book club up and running, but he talked about he's gonna open up a school that's gonna be maximum capacity and you guys can't come, blah, blah, blah. All right, thanks, James. Shout out to James. Hey, he's a trip.
To donate. If you are not a donor, you cannot attend anything we do. If you are not a donor, you cannot attend anything we do. So
when you
get on that donor list, and it better not be $5 or $10. I'm just going to be honest.
Oh man, he said it better not be $5 or $10. This guy, he ain't got no shame. It better not. It's free money. Okay. All right, Mixer Maxwell. It's a hell of a drug. Now thing will live. All right, thank you, Mixer. Yeah. People said occupy. Yeah, it's occupancy. Okay. All right. Thanks, Mr. Maxwell. Thanks, James, and thanks, Mr. Controversy. What did he just say? I done lost my train of thought. I was gonna make a point.
We do. If you are not a donor, you cannot attend anything we do. So
when you
get on that donor list, and it better not be $5 or $10. I'm just going to be.
Damn. Yeah, Josh, for Sister Avanti, she can't even come. Poor Sister Avanti. I still feel bad for Sister Avanti. Umar did her wrong. Let me see. Let me see right quick. Here we go. Here y'all go, because we taking our time.
We had, yes, donate to the school, $ FDMG school on your Cash App. 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 If you need to mail in your donation, make it payable to the FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 9634. P.O. Box 9634. P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. That is Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. We appreciate $1, but we would rather have 10. We appreciate $20, but we would rather have 50. We appreciate $50, but we would rather have 100. We appreciate $100, but we would rather have 200. We're trying to renovate a school, brothers and sisters. We're trying to renovate a school. We're not fixing a flat tire. We're not fixing a flat tire. We're not opening up a penny candy shop. We're not selling water ices, okay? We're not selling hot dogs. We're renovating a school. Do you understand? Do you understand? So please, brothers and sisters, give what you can. We're building an institution, okay? We're trying to give our children a chance that we didn't have. That's what we're doing. I don't have to pin it because I done already told you what it is. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Before I continue with my message, thank you, Sister Avanti, $10 coming on the Cash App. Thank you, sister. Next time, make it 20, but thank you for that 10. I know you barely had that. Thank you, sister.
Yeah, that's just diabolical. And now he talking about if you only send $5 or $10, that ain't gonna be enough to get in.
Because you know we're going to have a not a 10 anything we do. So
when
you get on that donor list, and it better not be $5 or $10. I'm just going to be honest. Because
Father David laughing.
You know we're going to have a occupancy capital, right?
That's right.
People that can be in that building at one time. And when we decide who's going to be allowed in for what events, we're going to look if you donated, and we're going to look at two things: how often and how much. So quantity and quality, Baba. In other words, if an elder donated $10 every month or every other month, that counts more.
That's right.
Than somebody who made a large donation.
That's right.
one
Well, damn.
time because
Consistency.
they were a consistent donor over
Right.
time.
That's
Exactly.
right.
So we're looking at quality, which means consistency, and we also looking at quantity. So if somebody just say, I'm going to give them $20 so I can get in, you're not getting in. $20 over an 11-year project, you're absolutely out of your mind.
That's right.
Man, that's crazy. Just disrespectful to his donors. I mean, I said this before. He's more disrespectful to his donors than anybody else. He's so disrespectful. And no shame. None. Just horrible.
And again, you know, don't think that you're not getting for your money. You're getting something right now for your money. You're getting some information right now on New World.
Father David, you need to stop. You should be embarrassed. People are sending money to open up a school. That was the promise, not to get Umar, have him on your show while you nodding off and he talking about nothing and insulting his donors at the same time. You should be ashamed.
With Dr. Johnson.
And it's an investment for the children.
And it's an investment.
I keep getting people texting me, Bob, but it was
Okay. Not one black child has been educated. He said the school's going to September 11, 2013. Come on. Let me give me something to drink. Well, this is crazy.
Brother texted me yesterday, the day before. He said, Dr. Umar, I want to invest in the school. You know, what will be my return? Your return is the rebirth of our people.
What are you talking? But there is no school, not one child. No. Let me rewind it so I can come back. By the time I get back, it'll be right there. I'll be right back.
Capital, right?
That's right.
People that can be in that building at one time. And when we decide who's going to be allowed in for what events, we're going to look if you donated, and we're going to look at two things: how often and how much. So quantity and quality, Baba. In other words, if an elder donated $10 every month or every other month, that counts more
That's right.
than somebody who made a large donation
right.
one time because they were a
Consistency.
consistent donor
That's
over
right.
time.
That's
Exactly.
right.
So we're looking at quality, which means consistency, and we also looking at quantity. So if somebody just say, I'm going to give them $20 so I can get in, you're not getting in. $20 over an 11-year project, you're absolutely out of your mind.
That's right. And again, you know, don't think that you're not getting for your money. You're getting something right now for your money. You're getting some information right now on new.
Okay, listen, Father David, when people send Umar money, we got over 1,100 people in the building. Thank you guys so much. Okay, we have 533 likes. Our goal is 600. When people send Umar donations for FDMG, that's what their money is for. It's supposed to be for FDMG. Not because Umar is on your platform running his mouth, talking about nothing and insulting the same donors that sent him the money in the first place. It's ridiculous.
Worldview with Dr. Johnson.
And it's an investment for the children.
And it's an investment.
I keep getting people texting me, Bob, and there was a brother texting me yesterday, the day before. He said, Dr. Umar, I want to invest in the school. You know, what will be my return? Your return is the rebirth of our people. Your return is our people are so materialistic, Bob. We are always looking for something. What has happened to the spirit of charity in the Black community? What?
See, it's all about money. Quick question. What charity has Umar provided? Are there any Umar Johnson followers in here? Give me 3 things in terms of charity outside of Umar running his mouth. I said that right? Give me 3 things that Umar Johnson, let me phrase it this way. I apologize. Give me 3 things, just 3. 3 things that Umar Johnson has done that's charitable outside of running his mouth. Now, he's not even charitable with his own children. Real talk. He paid child support in bulk. Don't make me pull that foolishness up. It's ridiculous. Yeah, he said spirit of charity. Miss B said Umar's a joke and a heathen. Okay. Yeah. Umar he runs a put it in my pocket. Put it in my pocket. Put it in my pocket charity. Okay. Yeah, it's understandable. It's just that he's so disrespectful to his own donors. That's just horrible. You have to have the spirit of appreciation. I've been talking about that a lot. Okay. Okay. What's up, Giannis? Giannis says, I kid you not. My father tells me that Umar is not racist because he showed me a picture of Umar with an Asian man and says he got Asian supporters. Okay. I have a picture of Umar with 2 white people. He sold in one of his books. Anybody remember that? Hit the 1. Is Umar racist? Yes, Umar's racist. He's racist against Black people. Okay. Umar's racist all the way across the board. He be using these racial tropes about Black people and the Black contractors, and they're lazy, they're shiftless, you know. Let me stop. They were eating fried chicken and chitterlings on the job. You know, they were singing Negro spirituals as well. Umar's racist. Did anyone did anyone something that's charitable that Umar Johnson has done? Did anyone come up with anything? Okay, some of this I can't read. You guys, come on. Yeah, I don't. If anyone came up with something, please hashtag it so I'll see it, or type it in all caps. I don't know. Yeah, but he expects everyone else to have the spirit of charity, as it were. But has he ever been charitable? Not that I know of. Yeah. One time he said it, and I can pull it up and play it for you guys. He said he called Black people who donated to him. He called them trifling ass Black people. That's what Umar said. It's horrible. So disrespectful to the people who support him. Okay, and thank you, Giannis. Yeah, Umar, he's racist against everybody. Look, let me give you an example real quick. You guys remember when Umar was on the Breakfast Club, and that's when Angela Yee was on there, and he was up there talking mad shit about Asians and Chinese, and he don't know how to read the room. because Angela Yee, she's part Asian. Yeah, I think she's part half Chinese, if memory serves me correctly. So, but Umar gets on there talking reckless like that. Meanwhile, one of the hosts is part just crazy. And then after that, you don't see her on there anymore. If memory serves me correct, I don't think she was on there after that. Whenever he would come on, she wouldn't even be up there. And then years later, she ends up leaving the Breakfast Club. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, someone said her dad is Chinese. Okay, I thought it was her mom, but yeah, someone said her dad is Chinese. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but he was up there talking real crazy about Chinese people. He sure was. Thanks, Giannis. Yeah, I have pictures of Umar with this white couple when he sold them a book. I kid you not. I was like, man, this guy. He said, well, if you can get the money, go ahead and buy it. Thank you, Giannis. Your kid. Well, I ain't seen you in a while. How you doing? How's it going? Your kids will see this. This coming from a guy who said he would accept pennies. Yeah, he did say that. He said that when he was in San Diego back in 2013. Yeah, he was at the World Beat Center. He said that he would take pennies. It's ridiculous. There's no way. You know, this brings up a good point too, by the way. It may be that Umar, and I think that this is the case. I'm speculating here, but it may be the case that back then, because it wasn't like the money was really coming in crazy until we get into 2014, at least part of 2014 and 2015. And then when he sets up the GoFundMe, the money really starts to pour in. So what I think happened, and again, I'm speculating, is that in those earlier days, Umar, I don't think he anticipated getting a lot of money. So he would say things like, I'll take pennies. And then in 2014, when he's raising money for the St. Paul's College, he was saying he would take dollars. And he said he would take $5. Then he said he'd take $1 a day a drive. I think it was $5. Remember something? It might be a $5 a day or $10 a day drive. I could pull it up, so don't quote me on what I said earlier about $1 a day, whatever it was. He was content with that. But what I think happened, your kids will see this, is that over the years, his sense of entitlement, which was already there, it just grew and grew and grew. And at this point, his sense of entitlement is so great that he feels as if he can tell his donors who sent him millions of dollars at this point, you're not even going to be able to come and see the school or come inside the school if you haven't donated consistently and significantly. But then it's going to be based on your situation, as if he knows everyone who's donated. It's probably tens of thousands of people. And then he knows all their situation, including the grandmamas who all they had was $1 or $5, but they donated once every couple of months. But then someone else donates $10,000, but they could have donated $5,000 a month for a year. They're not getting in, but the grandmama does. See, the sense of entitlement is over the top, but I think it's just evolved over time to where now he set up parameters that didn't exist back then that exist now. But I think it's because he wants people to, I think in his mind, he believes that if he tells people that they can't come to his clubhouse, the kick it spot, FDMG, that they're going to be more willing to donate now. That's what I think. I think that's the psychology of this in Umar's mind. If it's almost like a threat. If you don't donate consistently, if you ain't donated a certain amount by now, then you're not going to be able to come in and see the school. Well, there is no school in the first place, but I think in Umar's mind, by him saying that, he's strong arming people. And okay, I want to see the school because it's going to be great, even though it doesn't exist. So let me go ahead and donate. I think that's where his mentality is. It's crazy. Thanks, your kids. We see again. He was content with pennies back in the day. You know, now it's a totally different situation. You know. Okay, thanks, your kids. We see this. A first-class citizen says, honestly, the donors have to hold themselves accountable for allowing this guy to get away with this. I seen through him the first time I watched him. Okay. Well, the thing is this. I have to say this, that, yeah, there are donors who can probably continue to donate who are just delusional, and they have a right, you know, to donate. It's their money. But in that case, they have to hold themselves accountable because there is no school. There will be no functional accredited school. We already know that. That's already been established. So even for Umar to keep collecting money, and he knows that too, it's a scam. But the other thing, first class is that there are people who used to donate, but they don't donate anymore because they realize, and in a sense, they're holding themselves accountable. They realize that they're just throwing their money away. There's people in here right now who used to donate to Umar. They donate to Umar anymore? No. you know, there's people who are still rocking with Umar, and they may even defend him on certain things, but they're not sending Umar money, whereas in the past they used to. See, that's why Umar, when he gets online, he'll it's not often, but he'll say things like, you know, most of our donors are repeat donors, and the reason why he says it is because he wants to give this sense, the illusion to people that the support base hasn't dwindled. He knows it's dwindled. You guys go back and look from 2004, towards the end of 2014, 2015, especially when the GoFundMe goes up, 2015, 2016, Black Anonymous was there back then. You go look at Umar back then. Totally different, because that money was coming in like crazy. You know, he would dress the part. You see him in different colored dashikis. He was haircut nice, you know, back in the day. Over time, that money has dwindled and dwindled and dwindled. So this is a good point. Yes, there are donors who at this point, they should just they have to hold themselves accountable, because not only have they wasted their money, but they've also enabled Umar to self-destruct. Now, that's not their responsibility, but it is their responsibility in terms of what they do with their money. It's money wasted because it hasn't gone towards helping one Black child. And again, if we go based upon Umar's words, he starts raising money in 2014, but he received donations based upon Umar's posts on his Facebook page in the form of land in 2012. So we're talking about donations now for about 14 years, and not one Black child has been educated. Yeah, donors have to hold themselves accountable for that. Now, again, people can do whatever they want to with their money. Okay, that's their right. But if you want to throw your money away, you can do that. Okay, but you also should hold yourself accountable for doing that too. Okay, because a wasted money is wasted money. That money can go towards your child's college fund. It can go towards, putting more food on the table for your kids. You can go towards another charity that's actually functional, someone who has a school that's functional. There's plenty of Black people that's doing that. You know, there's all kinds of things that people could have done with this money. And there are people who woke up and they don't send the type of money that they used to Umar. Okay, great. You know, again, that's why it's still relevant today, because Umar's still collecting money. Truth be told, you know, for me, one of the biggest issues with all this is just the exploitation aspect of this. I just have a serious problem with that. You know, he's betrayed so many people. There are people who need help, genuinely need help, and they're not going to get that help because Umar's betrayed so many Black people. And our culture in general, I'm talking about in general, in our culture, we're very supportive of people, especially people in need. So when you have someone on Umar's level who betrays that trust, it can have a deleterious effect later on down the line. I have a problem with that, you know? Anyway. And you saw through him the first time I watched him, and I saw Umar Johnson videos prior to 2014, but I didn't research Umar. I just remember in 2014, someone on my Facebook page sent me that link to the St. Paul's college pitch that Umar did, and I knew it just didn't seem right because it was just him. There was a cameraman, and it was just him. He didn't speak about a team. He didn't talk about a board of directors. He didn't talk about a nonprofit status. He didn't talk about any of that. Matter of fact, let me show you what I mean, because I've talked about. Let's see if I can find the version that I want to show you guys. Give me 1 second. In fact, let me do this. I'm going to find and thank you, First Class Citizen. Okay, I appreciate the super chat. Everyone else too. Thank you guys so much. I feel like I've been rushing through the super chats just to try to keep the going on. So I apologize. I don't want to do that. First Class Citizen, thank you for the super chat. Young Money says Umar has a negative opinion of Black folks, and I think he uses that as justification for doing what he does. Yeah, you're right. You know, I've never thought about that, but you're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. You're absolutely right. Yeah, and I've talked about his negative opinion about Black people. I've talked about that for years, but is that part of the justification for his treatment of Black people? Yeah. You're right about that. It is. Well, I never thought about that, but it's true. See, even if we take it out of the scope of Black people, we just say just a person. If you're willing to take money from a person and lie to them for 16 years now, because he stated in 2010 the school's going to open September 11, 2013. So 2010, early January 2013, 2010, promises to begin laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass Mark Darby Pan African School for Black boys, specializing in learning disabilities and disruptive behavior disorders. We're a private school, and yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend. Grand opening September 11, 2013. This is Chestnut Checkers. Okay, so how do you lie to people, to your donors for 16 years, unless you have a negative opinion about the people? And even if it's one person, how would you lie to them? How could you lie to them for 16 years unless you have a negative view about them? You have no respect. Clearly, he doesn't have appreciation, the spirit of appreciation, appreciate the support that he's received, millions of dollars at this point. So yeah, I think that that's it. It's spot on. That because he, and I've outlined this, I outlined this in the documentary, because especially early on, that's one of the things I noticed when I was looking at early Umar Johnson videos, is that when he would talk about Black people, it's always the worst case scenario. And he speaks as if Black parents ain't shit. Horrible. Meanwhile, he was a deadbeat. So that was already established, but the next, to take this to what you're saying, yeah, that's part of his justification of doing what he does. In particular, taking money from Black people, making these promises and never keeping the promise, and disparaging Black people, like Swagolita was saying earlier. He's calling Black people trifling ass Black people for donating money to him because he felt like he hadn't gotten enough money in a certain amount of time. Yeah, that's spot on. I've never thought about that. Yep, you're right. Thanks, Young Money. Kadar says the young caretaker said he was paying for it. Yeah, I haven't got, I checked out I think there was 2 videos. I checked those out, but I haven't looked at anything else. I've had to totally refocus, and just recognize that it's about the Cookie Crush chat. It's about Umar, right? It's again, that's another thing that I take issue with Umar. The exploitation, clearly, it's not just exploiting Black people. It's not just exploiting single Black mothers, but it's also exploiting young women. That also presents, in terms of relevancy, why this work is relevant. If I can help one younger lady have the knowledge base needed in order to make an educated, rational decision in terms of whether or not she wants to deal with Umar on any level, then it's worth it. For me, it's worth it. So yeah, I don't know. Okay, again, that's why I say it's alleged that they were intimate. Yeah, I do know she has video footage of the interior, and I wouldn't show it here. And there's other stuff. Again, it's just all the way across the board. See, the thing is that with Umar, it's always something, and there's a reason why. See, because if you live that type of life, there's always going to be something. And I've talked about this before, Kadar, that what we see surfacing on the internet, this is just a fraction of the totality of what Umar Johnson is involved in. Because he's been at this for decades. He's 50. He's 51. Can you imagine? But the fact that it's a younger lady, it's just, again, and there's people who have I've seen they post on my YouTube page, and they say, well, she needs to be held accountable. I understand where people are coming from that, so don't get it twisted. I'm speaking as a father. That I'm not even gonna put that energy out there. Any father who has a daughter, and if the daughter is, is James still here? Correct us, because James corrected me the other day. So correct me if I'm wrong. Anyone else correct me in chat room. From what I understand, the young lady first contacted or learned about Umar when she was 16. Correct? I don't know if that's when she contacted him, or she learned about him, or that's when she contacted him. So if I'll wait. Someone said check my email. I'll check my email in just a moment. I'll wait. If James is still in here, let me know. Okay. That's problematic because it speaks to the issue of grooming. Yeah. People saying 16. So she learned about him. She learned about him when she was 16, and then got in contact with him at 23. It's just a problem all across the board. So if there's a 16-year-old out there, or a 17-year-old or out there, or 18-year-old out there, or 19, 20, 21 year old out there, young lady at that point, and this message gets to them, you know, to be careful, then yeah, it's all worth it. Everything. You know, all the other stuff I've had to go through dealing with Umar. It's all worth it. It's unfortunate all the way across the board. He's done a lot of damage. Okay? A lot of damage. Yeah, she's around the same age. I think she may be a year older. I can't remember at this point. Yeah, but they're around the same age. It's just inappropriate. You know. Okay. Did you catch that Umar said an 11-year project? No, I didn't catch that. James said he said that Umar said, did anyone catch that? Did anyone catch Umar saying it's an 11-year project? I didn't hear that. It's the same video we watching? Y'all let me know. I did not catch that at all. Oh, Joshua said he did say that. Okay. All right. Let's go back. Okay, there's more super chats. I'm gonna get the super chats. Same video. Okay, thank you. Okay, I didn't catch it. Did it? All right. Well, you guys be on it. Remember, what was it last week, y'all? I didn't even catch it. Last week, I can't remember what it was now. I'm getting old, y'all. Damn, I'm getting old. It's okay. I'm thankful to even be alive. You know, I really am. I'm so thankful. I can't tell you how. I mean, anyway, I'm so thankful. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. I did not catch it. We watched it. What's up, Earth to D? And I didn't even catch it. We watched it a couple. I think it was. Sound like Umar. I didn't catch it. We watched it a couple of times, and he said that he was living off the people's money. Yeah, what's up, Pyru? Yeah. I wonder if I can get in trouble for saying Pyru on here on YouTube or saying blood, because I'll be saying blood sometimes. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't hear it. We're gonna go back. Yeah, he said living off the people's money. And yeah, it's an 11-year project. Oh, okay. Let's go. Let me yeah, I checked the email. I checked the email. Okay. Living off the people's money. Yeah. Okay. So let's go back here. I did not catch that.
We also looking at quantity. So if somebody just say, I'm going to give them $20 so I can get in, you're not getting in. $20 over an 11-year project.
No, he did say that. Wow, he said 11-year project. This guy be lying. How is it an 11-year project, Umar? You be tripping, bro. Come on, blood. You sent the video. I didn't see no video. Maybe went to my spam folder. Anyway, I'll look. Okay, I got blown off this. That's okay. I told you I'll be kicking it tonight. So I didn't see it. I didn't get no video. Let me check my spam. Nope, I ain't got it in my spam folder either. Yeah, I know Swagger neither. He just be lying. So I want to make sure that I pull up the video of the St. Paul's, because I want to make a point about that. But that also proves that he's lying right now. Okay, so let's do two things. Oh, you sent it from your iCloud? I didn't see it. I mean, I may have synced it, as it were, but I did not. I'm still trying to get caught up on emails, y'all. It's never gonna happen, but I'm gonna keep trying. No, I didn't see, unless was it an AI generated thing? Yeah, maybe it was AI generated, because I got those and I downloaded those. People still be sending me those. In fact, there's Coco sent me another episode of what you call it. Okay, so I want to pull up the St. Paul's, and then also I want to pull up the receipt from 2010. Ooh, I can't believe he said that. Man, this guy, he tripping. So Lenon with the teardrop. Yeah, Holmes. Hey, Holmes. What was it back in the day? The Cholos, all their gang names, it was all Casper. Why is that? Y'all remember that? Hey, Vato. What's up, Casper? How you know my name, cuz? I don't know. I just figured. All right. Some of y'all don't know what. Oh, okay. Someone said check my other email. Okay, I will. Okay, let me do this. I want to pull up. Let me see if I can find it. So, no, I'll tell you what we're gonna do because I'm taking my time tonight. So I played this video already from 2020. Umar in the cemetery around this time in 2020. Let me play this video from 2021 around this time from 2021. This give me a moment to find this other video. Okay, so let me play this and then we'll come back to this. Okay.
Most of them, not all politicians, looking ass uppity Negroes who don't like to fight for the people on the bottom. Not all pastors, but most of them. Not all politicians, but most of them. Not all scholars, but most of them. How big?
Here we go. Anybody remember this? Hit the one. He was yelling for a long time. They gave him like 5 minutes, but he kept running his mouth. They were trying to get him off stage, and now he sounds like a Sith Lord.
Don't give me no CIA water. And don't give me no FBI water. You sure this ain't the FBI's water. Black power. I said black power. I said black power.
He sure did.
Brothers and sisters.
Damn. My name is King Kong. You sound like a Sith Lord.
We came here today.
Here you go.
That's Brianna's spirit. But I'ma say this in my low voice.
In your low voice.
We came to remember Brianna. Yes. But we also came to fight for Brianna. Yeah. We came to stand with Sister Tamika and Auntie Bianca and the whole family, but not just to memorialize, but to energize, because although the white power structure won the first battle, this war is far from over. Today is the beginning of the second battle for justice for Breonna Taylor. So what exactly do we want? Governor Bashir, Attorney General.
Dang, he keeps going too, y'all. The thing is, he should have stopped, but he keeps going.
Mayor Fisher, President Biden, Vice President Harris. We want number one, a new grand jury. Attorney General Cameron sabotage the last grand jury. He withheld evidence from the last grand jury. He did not make them aware that there were 6 different murder charges that they could have considered for Breonna's assassin.
Yeah. See, I think they gave him 5 minutes because this lady back here with the green on that has, I can't remember what that's called, the jihad. I apologize, no disrespect. The jihad, Jihab, I think, or something like that. My apologies. No disrespect. You can tell she gets annoyed because he was only, I think he was only given 5 minutes because he wasn't like a scheduled speaker. They just got him up there. Someone got him up there. He has a history of this. And he shows up, excuse me, and he bum rushes the stage. He has a history of this type of behavior. Yeah, hijab. I apologize to people. I mean, no disrespect. Okay. Did I say that? If I said that, I apologize. Okay, if that's what I said, okay, and I mean that sincerely. Okay, I apologize. So you can tell she's like, she keeps checking her watch or her cell phone. What I think she has a watch, and I can't remember. And he just keeps running his mouth. At this point, I can go back because this is like at the 19-minute mark. He starts at, yeah. So he's going for about 19 minutes. So, but you can see like after the 5-minute mark, because I think this lady right here with the purple is this lady that got him on. But about the 5-minute mark, I think, let me see. It might be the 10-minute mark. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's the 10-minute mark. Yeah, see this lady right here in the green? Yeah, they gave him 5 minutes because what she's trying to get him off. So at this point, it's 7 minutes in. And if you look at what she does. This is what I mean by video forensics.
Of all people, then the federal government has a right to come in and make them do it.
See? She's telling them, hey, listen, this guy, get him off. And I think this is the lady that got Umar on. He wasn't a scheduled speaker. And see, the reason why she picks up what are these? I can't remember what these called because we get these from Costco. These little wipes or whatever. She's getting that because she wants to wipe the microphone, right? She wants to wipe this is in 2021. That's why a lot of people have on masks because it is COVID time, if memory serves me correctly. So she wants to wipe the microphone off for the next speaker. Okay, this is 7 minutes in. So they gave him 5 minutes. After 2 minutes over, 2.5 minutes over, she's trying to get him off.
Right way. I submit that Attorney General Daniel Coon Cameron does not have the ability to protect.
See, and he just keep running his mouth. This goes on. And he keeps yelling and stuff. And look at the lady right here. In the green.
I want to wrap this up. But I want to say this to newly elected President Joe Biden. And I want to say this to newly elected Vice President Kamala Harris. For the last year, don't tell me to be nice. I'm unapologetically African. Don't ever tell Dr. Umar what to say out of his goddamn mouth. I'll say what I want to say, where I want to say it, and how it needs to be said.
Yeah, see, he was tripping. But this goes on, and then he loses his voice because he's yelling like crazy. 16 minutes. They gave him 5. 16 minutes in.
Most of them. How big?
Look at the lady with the jihad on. Look.
I need some water. Don't give me no CIA water. And don't give me no FBI water. Be sure this ain't the FBI.
Anyway, this guy keeps talking. Okay, 18 minutes in, 19 minutes in, because then he starts reciting his relationship to Frederick Douglass.
Civil rights division into the system.
20 minutes in, 21 minutes in, 22 minutes
to
in.
a free black man, Grandpa Isaac. He had 12 children.
You know what you got to do.
One daughter named Harriet and another daughter named Betsy. These 2 women, my 4 times great-grandmother.
All right, I'm almost done with this. 22 minutes in, 23 minutes in.
Because the slave master raped
See, the guy behind him trying to get him off.
both mothers. is going to turn on. So let me know what the quote we got to watch. All right.
See, they were going to turn off the microphone. Umar ain't got no
Frederick Douglass said, if there is no struggle, there is no progress. Those who profess the faith of freedom
and no self-awareness. He should have ended it once the voice went out. He just keep going.
deprecate agitation are like men who want crops without blowing up the ground. They want the rain, but can't stand the thunder or the lightning. They want the ocean, but they're scared of the awful roar of the water. He said for 20
He's 24 minutes in.
I prayed on my knees to God for freedom, but the good Lord gave Frederick no freedom until I got up off my knees.
Yeah, okay, let me find it.
Started praying with my feet. He said if there is no struggle, there is no progress. Those who will not fight for their own freedom have no right to be fought for by others. Louisville, Kentucky, I love you. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Black power.
Yeah, it's crazy. Okay, so he went 24 minutes, a little over 24 minutes, but they gave him 5 minutes and he lost his voice right here. So that's at the 16-minute mark. Yeah, he keeps talking for another 8 minutes. And he wasn't even, on the program. This that lady, the other lady, I think she had purple on, she got him up on there. Again, this is in 2021. Umar has a history of this because he tells people that like he's the most requested scholar. Sometimes he'll just show up and he just try to get on the microphone. Right. So a lady had, and I'll get to the other super chats too. Thank you guys so much. It says, please play Our Dear Queen Mother. So here, this video that we just watched is from 2021. Let's go to 2022. And this is just another example. Let me skip to the part though. All right, here we go.
You don't spend individual time with each child.
Thanks, lady.
You spend time with your whole family, which is important. But
this is from December 18th, 2022. But look at how he disparages Black parents. We were talking about that earlier. He has a very negative view about Black people in general.
Some of you don't spend individual time with each child.
And listen, he don't spend any time with his kids. I don't get that. I really don't get that, y'all. You better be thankful. You better be thankful for the time that you had, because they grow real quick. They go by real quick. We got neighbors, they about to have another baby. And them kids, they be, toys all over the place, so I'm like, listen, I miss those days. They be out there playing and stuff, miss those days. Older kids, they doing their own thing, So enjoy it while you can. Umar, I never understood that, and it does. It go. Any of you guys been parents, and I'm talking about you in your kids' lives. They grow up so quick, and then you start missing when they was younger, and all that stuff. That's why I'm waiting for grandbabies. But he don't even take care of his. He spends no time. But look at how you talking about Black people. Yeah, I do too, Kogo. I really do. I mean, listen, I have strong emotions when I think about that stuff. Like I can be brought to tears. Like sometimes, I could be brought to tears because the time goes by quick. It really does. So I tell people, just be thankful. I know it can be difficult. You can struggle and kids can get on your nerves and stuff, but you better appreciate that, because once they get older, shout out to Kogo. Oh, let's go.
You spend time with your whole family, which is important. But family time does not replace one-on-one time.
He just said, listen, I got grandkids that are teenagers. Amen. Bless you. I listen, I'm looking forward to that grandbaby. I can't wait.
With each child. Number 3.
Shout out to all the grandparents in the building too. Shout out to all y'all.
3, family time. You must have it.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's one day a week. You must have it.
Yeah, that's got to be tough too. You know, because as we get older, you know, a parent, it happens. It just happens. My father was never really in my life, but you know, my mama, she's did everything for everybody. You know, so that's why we got to be appreciative. This make me want to call my mama after I get done up off of here. She called me the other day. She called me. I was driving, but I don't think she cared. She was just talking. She said, "Did you know how expensive gas is out here?" I said, "I don't know." She said, "It's $5 a gallon." I said, "Oh shit." How much is gas up there? I said, "It ain't $5." Dude, I remember gas was like under $2 when I was growing up. When I had my first car, I would put like $2 in. Y'all remember them days? Well, I'll be so happy to put that $2 in, get me 1 gallon to get me through for the next couple of days. Yeah, them were good old days. All right, now the gas price is crazy. Yeah, you remember 99 cents? Yeah, I don't remember 99 cents, but I remember when it was under like $1.45 back like that. But now, boy, it's crazy. Yeah, I don't remember 99. I probably wasn't driving by that time. That's probably why. What's up, guys? Little princess. Oh, thank you guys so much for tuning in too. I appreciate y'all. Yeah, I was gonna postpone this because I ran out of time. I said, "Oh no, let me go. I'm glad I did. I love y'all. I really do. Y'all brighten my spirit every single time we get together, and I need that. Thank you all so much. All my mama said, I just turned 43 with 4 adult kids and 2 grandchildren. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, 43 or 4 adult kids. Okay, yeah, 43. Yeah, I'm 50, and I'm hoping for some grandbabies. I don't know, within the next 3 years, I hope. But I don't want to put no pressure on nobody. 3, okay, maybe 5 at max. I'm sitting my kids down. I said, "Listen, one of y'all gonna get me and your mama some grandbabies within the next 5 years. I don't know which one of you." They'll be all uncomfortable and shit. One of y'all, okay? I don't know which one. All right. There are parents that do that to their kids, though. I wouldn't do that. There are parents, they'll do that. You remember 99 cents, and Lenon older than me, $2 must have been them. Yeah, it was probably California prices. And then, because I didn't get my first car until, how old was I when I got my first car? I don't think I got my first car until I was 19. Yeah, I might have been 20, but I think I got my first car when I was 19. It was a hoopty. So 19. It was probably in 1995, somewhere around there. Let me look this up because we chilling. See, this is how I would like to just get on here. It ain't got to be about when we talk about all this stuff and just kick it. Okay, one of these days, Lord gonna bless me more time. That's the thing, y'all. So that was probably around 1994 or 90. Let's go with 1995. Average gas prices in, I'll put Southern California. Shout out to Cali. Yeah, it was $1.26 per gallon. Yeah, I remember around there. It was under $2, but I don't remember 99 cents. Yeah. I'm sure when I was a kid, I'm sure it was under 99 cents. Like my mama she would go get gas and stuff. But now my mama, she was saying it was like, I think she said $5 a gallon. Let me look. How much is gas in Southern California right now? Yeah, it says $5.48 to $5.60. Man. Yeah, especially if you have a long commute or if you're doing diesel. Because I used to work for my uncle, and I used to drive a diesel truck. And the thing about diesel is you fill it up because it was long haul. Yeah, I forgot about that. A lot of people don't know about that. Yeah, I used to work for him. Yeah. And we used to fill it up. I mean, it'd be hundreds of dollars, but who knows how much it would cost now to fill up on diesel. I mean, that's crazy. Yeah, a lot of businesses are struggling because of that. It's going on 6. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, anyone in here, do you have gas prices that are above $5? Let me know in the chat room. Okay. Grandbaby, why don't you just skip the middleman and have your own? No, I can't have no more kids. I'm too old. Cause see, if I had kids, and I could, like I said, I can make it happen in less than 2 minutes. Can I do it in 3? I don't know. I don't know about that. You know what I'm saying? I have to go extra slow for that. You know how you, man, you know what I'm talking about. Don't say you won't fast, because if you won't fast, it ain't gonna last. Okay? Hit the one. Man, you know, I don't think you women don't understand. Yeah, no. And then y'all be mad afterwards, like, well, that's what you wanted. You wanted fast? Okay, you said you want, all right. Anyway, no, this is true. This is true. So women got to be understanding about that. Yeah, I'm too old because I'm 50. So I mean, I wouldn't want my children. You know, the child is 10. I'm about to be a senior citizen. You know what I'm saying? And I'm in pretty good health. You know, at least I look like it at least. But I think at my age now, yeah. Plus, someone said, "Don't nobody want to start over." That's true. I don't want to have to start over. I don't. I would prefer to just have some of my kids have some grandbabies for us, and we'll be good. You know. But truth be told, if I could, and it made sense, and I wasn't as old as I am having another, yeah, I probably would. But no, it just doesn't make sense at this point. Anyway, wishful thinking, Derek. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. California gas was 99 cents when Die Hard came out at Arco. Yeah, it probably was, huh? Was Die Hard filmed in California? Let me see. Boy, how did you think about that? Where was Die Hard filmed? I'm gonna see. I'm fact checking you right now. Yeah, it was in Los Angeles, California, in 1988. How did you remember that? See, let me do this. How much? This is crazy. How much was gas in the Die Hard movie? Let's see if AI can do this. Die Hard. It's gonna be diabolical. Can't Die Hard movie. Let's see. This is nuts. In the 1988 movie Die Hard, gas prices shown at a California station are approximately 74 to 75 cents per gallon. Wow. Yeah, Jam Jack, how did you remember that? That is wild. Yeah. Wow, that's amazing. And that is crazy that AI can pull that up just like that. See, a lot of people don't understand when we was coming up as kids, we didn't have access. There was no internet, and we didn't have access to quick information. It never worked like that. Okay, if you wanted to get information, you have to read it in a book. If younger people don't know what that is, it's papers, but it was stuff written on it and bound in with the hardcover most of the time back in the day, not all the time. And then if you want to do research, you couldn't go on Google. You couldn't get on do no AI research, nothing like that. You had to go to a library. And back then, there was no computers. So everything was archived on these little cards. I can't remember what the little thing goes. It'd be like these little drawers you pull out with the cards. They store all these different cards in there. And you'd have to know what you're looking for, what the book title is, or you would have to know the author. And then you would go in and you look through these cards to alphabetical order to find the author. And then you look through to find the book that you're looking for. And then it'll tell you where in the library that is. And you got to go around and find it inside the library. Nowadays, you can go on to Google, type it up, and boom, it comes up just like that. It's amazing. Yeah, but that's crazy that you remember that. Yeah. Thanks, Jam Jack. I get mad when I see the price, so I remember. Yeah, you remember because you see the prices nowadays. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I remember I could fill my car up. Yeah, I remember them days. I could fill my car up. Yeah, it would probably be it'd be less than $20. Yeah, it'd probably be like $14, $15 back then. And that was, to me, it was a lot of money back then because it was a hoopty. I remember back in the day, I can go into, back then it was called Boney's, but then it became Henry's. And then now it's called something else. I can't remember what the new title is. But I would go in there with $40 and I can fill up almost to the top a cart. That's when I was in my college days. Nowadays, if you go into that same store, $40, you ain't getting much of anything. That's just, it's the times. Yep. Inflation ain't no joke. Okay, thank you, Jam Jack. All right, let me get to these other ones real quick. Thanks again, later. I'm gonna play this one real quick, and then we'll start winding down. Yeah, we're doing good on time. It's just I know it's getting late on the East Coast. Someone said this ain't about no school. This is a cult. Okay. Well, people, everyone's entitled to their opinion. They're most definitely entitled to their opinion. That's perfectly fine. Okay. And thanks for super chat. TJ says, Lenon, where I grew up, we say cuz it's all up. Yeah. And so that's the thing. I don't say cuz. This just programming for childhood because when you say cuz, it was a problem, and it wasn't just like at school or out and about. It was like I had cousins, and if you slip up and say any word that started with a C, like cat, and you said cat, they will sock you up. What you saying, blood? And so you get, instead of saying cat, you got to say a bat. Because they had to start with a B. That's weird, ain't it? It's crazy, but that's how it was back in the day. So yeah, I grew up. Family members were Bloods, and there was a couple of Crips at not many though. There was a couple of Crips at O'Farrell, but it was main because it was in Blood territory off Skyline. So we didn't say Crip. No, we did. We used to say crab. That's what we used to say. Okay, and again, let's be clear. I wasn't in the streets and gangbanging like that, but I had family members and a gang of friends too, that was Bloods. And then there was the Bloods, but then there was also Lincoln Park. They wore green, but I think they were affiliated with Bloods somehow. But even that was a little shady, simply because my family members and cousins, they were Bloods. So it was always iffy. I remember there was these the Samoan Bloods. Everybody was scared of them because they was wild. They were so wild. Anyway. The good old days. Thank you, TJ. Jay Positive says, what are your future plans for the documentary besides YouTube, Tubi, Netflix, or maybe? Well, the thing is, I'm going to release it here on YouTube. It has to be under 12 hours to do the whole thing. And I may end up splitting it up depending how long it is, because I think it's going to be more than 12 hours. I may have a director's cut that's 12 hours and just split it up into 2 parts, or maybe have that available just for members only, and then have a shorter version that's under 12 hours for YouTube. And then we'll see what happens. I just know that's it needs to be done. I still got a whole lot of work ahead of me. I can tell you guys that. And I'm taking it a day at a time, and then we'll see what happens. It needs to be done because Umar, he really is. He's an interesting case study. He really is. See, and normally what happens is that people like Umar or Jay Morrison or even Polite, once they get arrested for something or something serious happens, all of a sudden that's when Netflix, they'll do or Hulu will do a documentary on them, that type of thing. But I'm working on it now, and I've been reporting on Umar for years now. And the work needs to be done. And who knows, maybe once it is done, someone who has like a budget, because I'm doing it just on GP, general principle, that has a big budget, they can take the documentary and they can use it as like a template, especially with the research that are being there, to produce something that's on the level where to be on Netflix or Tubi or something like that. So we'll see what happens. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Jay Positive. And then Yarpa says, I don't know if you play video games, but the Mass Effect I got this one earlier. Yeah, I do have that. I have it. I just haven't played it. I got it for dirt cheap because it was on sale last year. I just haven't had time. Okay, did I get to everyone? Okay, let's do this. So I still got to get to this because I want to make a point with this. When Umar first started, I believe people who supported him fell for him. Oh, no. Okay, so here we go. I haven't read this one. When Umar first started, I believe people who supported him fell for his academia and expertise, in quotations, with his title and degrees. Absolutely right. He weaponized his titles and degrees. In fact, he was telling people that he was a doctor, and I have it in the next segment of the documentary. He was telling people that he had a doctorate in 2011, but he didn't get his doctorate until 2012. It was in November of 2012, towards the end of 2012. But I have a video in the documentary, and I'll let you members, I'll explain this to members. In the next segment of the documentary, I actually start in 2011, even though I already finished. I thought I was finished with 2011 with the last segment. There's some stuff I found that's really, really pertinent from 2011. And what I'll end up doing is I'll edit that back into the 2011, and then, for the next rough draft or the final draft, what have you. But the next segment, it starts in 2011, and you'll hear Umar clearly state that he's Dr. Umar. And he was posting that on his Facebook page too, that he was Dr. Umar. But he didn't get his doctorate until the following year, towards the end of the year. So the point is that Umar, for years, he weaponized his degrees, certifications too, and his alleged expertise against Black people. And so, yeah, you're right. There are a lot of people who supported him because of the academic aspect. And Umar knew that too. He knew that. That's why he was always big on promoting, you know, his degree. Same thing, him being, he's not related to Frederick Douglass, but him stating that, that's another way of weaponizing his quote unquote ancestry. I know it sounds strange, but weaponizing his alleged ancestry against black people, because he knew that if he says that their black people will be like, oh, wow, you know, let's listen to him because he's a descendant of Frederick Douglass. It's like stepping on the basketball court. You say, hey, listen, my great grandfather is Michael Jordan. Okay, people are like, oh, wow. See, same thing. So he has a history of that. I think people who still support him are the ones who don't want to admit being played. Yeah, some of them. Yeah, some of them. I think so. But there are people who they just don't know, or they haven't done the research. But yeah, there are people who still support him, and they just don't want to admit. And it's difficult. You know, it's difficult to admit when you've been played or when you've been scammed. And then there's a lot of people who believed in Umar. So when you have that level of belief, going back decades now, you know, you have levels of belief in someone. They show you who they are. Amen. And when they show you who they are, believe them. And then what you do is you move on. But there are people who still rock with Umar because they don't want to admit that they got played, and they want to still believe the illusion. You know, again, that's another reason why this the documentary is going to be important, because I outline it. I outline all of it. And another thing is I'm fair. You know, I'll be outlining his success. I'll be outlining his accomplishments and all that stuff. It's just unfortunate all the way across the board because he's manipulated so many people around the world, and he doesn't care. I mean, how do you get online in 2026 and disparage your donors after you receive millions of dollars and nothing to show for it? Not one black child has been donated. How do you tell them that, listen, if you haven't donated consistently, you can't come see the school? There's no school. But how can you say something like that? See, the way I look at it is that time is life. Life is time. And when your time runs out, that's it. Right? Time is also money, because money is what you receive based upon the time that you give up, right? And time is associated with life. So in a sense, this is how I look at it. It's about the life that you give up, whether it's at your job for 8 hours, you know, getting 40 hours a week, but then there's remuneration, as it were, money, you know, you get paid. See how it's connected? So in essence, you have people giving Umar their time in the form of money, but they're also giving Umar an aspect of their life in the form of time, which is also a form of money. And yet Umar disparages the people who give him part of their life. Yeah, that's deep. That's why you have to have the spirit of appreciation. Nothing gets better in life, and the blessings will dry up if you do not have the spirit of appreciation. That's why I always take the time to address the super chats. It's a spirit of appreciation, because it's also an expression. You know, if I got on here and was like, you know, hey, simply complicated, it's 20, next time make it 40. It's horrible. It's disrespectful, and it doesn't honor your time. It doesn't honor your life either. But Umar, he's so diabolical with it. He feels entitled to people's time, money, and life, and then chastises people for the amount of time, money, and life that they give to him for a school that does not exist. Now that's deep. Yeah. So yeah, there are people that they don't want to admit that they've been played. Okay. They're gonna figure it out one day though. We're gonna get back to the video. I'm taking my time tonight. Thank you, Simply Complicated. I'd send this to Umar, but next time I'd make it. No, you know, I really wish I was able to meet Sister Vonti. Is it Vonti? Yeah, Sister Vonti, because I would just want to ask Sister Vonti one question. How did you feel when Umar said that? When he said, I know you barely had that, but next time make it, she sent him 10, next time make it 20. That's horrible. Okay, but thank you, Mr. I don't give a shizzle. Next time make it 20. Allegedly. All right. Vibe says, if Umar have to pay back the money, do you think he knows everyone he donated to him and how, or he knows everyone who donated to him, and how would that work in your perspective? Okay, listen, I'm going to tell you right now. There's no way that Umar is going to be able to pay back any money. Well, he's not going to be able to pay back. I apologize for turning my back, but I got to get up for a second and move because I'm getting old. So I got to walk. So the thing is, there's two things. Number one, Umar doesn't know how much money he's raised already. He doesn't know. Okay, he's been collecting money. He's been collecting donations since at least 2012, based upon his own words. Okay, he says 2014, but I have him on 2012. Said that land was donated to him in California, out of all places. So Umar does not know since 2012, and now we're in 2026. That's 14 years right there. He does not know how much money he's raised. Okay, part of the issue was that when he was raising money initially, it wasn't digitized. The money, I'm talking about how he was documenting it. He was writing it into little notebooks, paper notebooks. You guys think that he's taken all of those notebooks? Because I think he said, if memory serves me correctly, he has 15 of them or 20 of them, something like that. Don't quote me on that, but it was something like that. You think over these years of writing down donations in notebooks that he's aware of how many donations have been raised? In point of fact, I have videos where Umar is telling his donors to send him information about when they donated and how much money they donated. Because at a certain point, I kid you not, Umar, he wanted to properly acknowledge the donors. Okay, well, why do you have to ask them to send you that information? Should you have that information already? Okay, so the point is, Umar does not know how much money he's raised. That's the first issue. Now, the other issue is that Umar, because he doesn't know how much money he's raised, and because a lot of the money he's spent on himself, there's no way that if he ever had to give all the money back, that he would be able to do that. Even if he sold these trap bandos for a profit. Let's say he sold them, he acquired them for $400,000. Let's say he sold them for $500,000. Still not going to be enough to pay all the people back because he's collecting millions of dollars at this point. So, answer the first part. Does he know everyone who donated? No, he doesn't. Because otherwise, he wouldn't be asking people to send him receipts on when they donated, their name, when they donated, and how much money they donated. It wouldn't be necessary. Now, if Umar had archived this, and he should have from the beginning digitally, he would have records of all of this. So again, he's not in a position to, if he ever had to give all the money back, to be able to do that, even if he sold these trap bandos, because the amount of money that he's raised versus the amount of money that he spent, there's a huge gap. And most of the money that he spent on himself. There's no way that he's going to be able to recoup that money. See what I'm saying? There's no way. Thank you, Vibe 2. Good question, too. If he had to pay it back, would he know all of the donors? No. And how would that work? There's no way. He wouldn't be able to do it. See, Umar would have to have all of his donors, which would be, at this point, it'd be tens of thousands of people. Well, maybe not tens of thousands of people at least. Excuse me. Let me say, I don't know. It's speculative, but let's say around 10,000 people. Okay, he's been at this for over a decade, and all around the world, literally. Let me not even say tens of thousands. I'll say thousands of people. Okay, just to be fair. Umar would have to go and somehow get all of these people's information. He doesn't have it, not all of them. He would have to go and get all the. There's no way, no way. But again, if he handled this properly and there was transparency in the first place, and there was proper documentation in digitized form, and he spent the money like on the right things, right, to open up a school, then yeah, maybe he would be in a position to at least pay some of the money back. But at this point, no. He doesn't even know how much money he's raised at this point. He doesn't know how all the people who donated. Right? Okay, thank you. Great question. Okay, yeah, I got this one earlier. Okay, did I get to all these other ones too? Yeah, this was a great point right here. This was spot on. I got this one earlier. Yeah, I'd never thought about that, but it is so true. Okay, let me get down to the bottom here. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I'm about to play that right now. Okay, I got this one too. Thank you. I got these two. Yeah, about the okay. My mom's uncle hit the roof when gas hit $1 a gallon. Okay, this is a long time ago. He said gas should never cost more than milk, and that one stuck. Bay Area here, and I've seen $6.26, 29 cents. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, so in the Bay Area, it's over $6. Man, let me type in what is the highest price in gas right now in the USA? Yeah, right now in California, it's for regular, it's $5.56. Yeah, but that's the average. So yeah, $6.29. That's crazy. Diesel averages is $6.56, 52 cents in California. Yeah, that's real, and that's the average. Let me look at this one other one. The average price, yeah, because it keeps showing California as, yeah, California's the highest in California. Man, it's so unfortunate because that's expensive, especially if you have a long commute. Yeah, price last month was $4.59. It's gone up $1. And states with the lowest gas prices: Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, North Carolina, and South Dakota. They're around $3.20, between $3.23 and $3.33 for regular. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. Thank you, Mapinzi Shakur. Yeah, and shout out to the Bay Area. Me and my wife, we met in the Bay Area 25 years ago. 25 years ago and one day ago. I remember it like it was yesterday. Okay, thanks again. Shout out to the Bay Area. Dr. Umar Johnson says the only thing that looks shady is the fact that you talk about me 24/7 and still haven't donated a single dime to my school, which is Scoop Ball. All right, Umar, don't be mad. Don't need to be upset, okay? Umar be saying stuff like that, like this, he talk about me every day for 15 hours. No, that's not the case. No need to exaggerate. Okay, I get on here when I can. We have a good time. And today we ain't really talking about you all that much, so don't be mad, Dr. Umar Johnson. Ifatunde. Okay, thank you for the super chats. Y'all, thank you for all the super chats. Okay, I appreciate it. All right, let's start winding this down. I got time today, but I know it's getting late on the East Coast. So the poll question: does Father David believe Umar Johnson? 30% said yes, 70% said no. Okay, so thank you. Let me close that out at 643 votes on that, and we're at 629 likes. Thank you guys so much. We reached the goal. I appreciate that. The goal is always 600. Next time, make it 700. No, I'm just playing. Thank you, Dr. Umar Ifatunde, and everyone else who sent the super chats. Okay, for the support. I appreciate it. All right. So I think it was a lady had asked about, this is another example of Umar bum rushing the stage and then going way over time. I just want to give this example.
Because family time keeps the family together.
Okay, and this is from 2022. I'll skip through to the most important part. So Umar starts talking at the 1 minute mark, around the 1 minute mark. Okay, here's 10-minute mark. They're trying to get him off already. See, the brother right here is trying to get him off. I think they probably gave Umar 10 minutes, and he wasn't scheduled. I think it was the House of Africa got him up on stage, because that's what he does. He'll show up and he'll promote it as if he's the main speaker. So let me scroll through, and they're still trying to get him off. See this, that lady tried to get him off too. And then here we go. Okay, so this is at 20 minutes in, 21 minutes in. Watch this.
Parent advocate, I have them for sale. Credit card, cash, or Cash App.
Yeah, this is crazy.
It is the only book in print that teaches you how to save your child from special ed abuse and ADHD abuse. Let me give you my phone number, and I want to leave with a quote. Take your phone out if you are a parent, so you can reach me if...
Yeah, you're right. I'm sure it is. It's hurting us owner-operator truckers bad. Diesel over $5 and rates staying the same. Yeah. Now, and I was talking about that earlier because I used to work for my uncle driving a diesel truck. A lot of people don't know about that. Yeah. I was trying to run a side business on eBay and do YouTube at the same time while I was doing that job. A lot of people don't know about that. YouTube wasn't working, and the side business was crumbling. And I held on to that far too long. Really made some bad decisions. But the point is that even back then, because it's not like you fill up with $20 or $30 for diesel. Like they have these big gas tanks, and I mean it costs $150, $200 to fill up. I remember he would give me, he'd say, "Let's just to put fill the truck up." That was over a decade ago, maybe 15 years ago, something like that. No, that was about maybe 12, 13 years ago, if memory serves me correctly. But the point is that, no, No, that was even before that. It was, yeah, because this was for quite a few years. The point is that back then it was expensive. Who knows how much it is now with diesel being over $5? It's crazy. So there's a lot of businesses that are struggling with that. Oh, that's crazy. You paid $9 a gallon in the desert. Oh, that's crazy. $9 a gallon. Well, I'll be staying home. I'll get a remote job, at least until the gas prices go down. $9 a gallon. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah. All right. So this video is from 2022.
If you need me, I will give you my phone number 3 times. Twice for the regular ed parents and once for the special ed parents. 215-989-985.
You see how they put up here clinical psychologist? Umar is not a clinical psychologist. He hadn't worked, and I've said this many, many times.
I repeat, 215-989-9858. Once more, 215-989-9858. If you need a personal consultation for me to go over your child's IEP, go over your child's behavior plan, go over your child's intervention program, go over your child's psychological evaluation report, you can text me on that number and we will schedule.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So much. No. We all finished here today.
See this? He went for 22 minutes. I think they gave him like 5 minutes. And then this lady didn't even know who Umar was, and it's her event. She wasn't playing no games. Yep. She's a director of health equity at Novant Health. And Umar getting up there talking crazy. I didn't get to play all the parts where he's talking reckless. But she was like, no, we got to get him up off here. Watch this.
We finished the day.
We are going to thank Dr.
Queen Mother, I got to give my quote from Frederick Douglass.
Go right ahead with Frederick Douglass. I'm sure that he would love to be quoted.
All right.
Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
All right. Don't disrespect me, Queen Mother.
No disrespect.
All right.
No.
See this? Yeah. Yeah, real quick, mid-March 2026, right now, filling up a diesel truck in California is extremely expensive, with prices often exceeding $5 to $6.75 per gallon. For a standard pickup with a 30-gallon tank, it costs roughly $150 to over $200 to fill up, while larger commercial trucks can exceed $750 per fill-up due to extreme price surges. Yeah, that's crazy, because I remember he would give me $100, he'd give me $200 sometimes, because if I was doing really long drives, he would say, yeah, this is for gas. But now it can exceed $750 to fill up a diesel truck. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, watch how Umar, look how, what's up, Ad Davis? Watch how Umar talked to this lady, this elder.
Disrespect.
Don't do that now, because I respect you as an elder.
We're calling.
See that? He tells her, don't do that now. This is her event. He was not even scheduled to appear.
Calling on the ancestors to be here with us today.
Let's be respectful.
Go right ahead.
Frederick Douglass said, if there is no struggle, there is no progress. Those who profess the faith of deprecation but are afraid of the crops are like people who want to eat, but they don't want to.
Yeah, just to notice how Umar's staring at the lady, because this is all directed at her as an act of defiance and intimidation. And he's yelling. Yeah. You see this? And it really is, because he's supposed to be this black leader in the black conscious space. He's at her event. He's not scheduled to speak. And this is how he treats her after they gave him 5 minutes, but he talked for 20 minutes and talking real reckless. It reflects poorly on her if you got someone up on stage talking crazy. Yeah, he sure did. He butchered the quote trying to intimidate the woman. That's Umar. He texting me right now. He mad at me. Don't be like that. Yeah, she sure ain't. She ain't scared of him. Yeah, he is a bully. He's a bully, but she ain't scared of him. Look, she looking right back at him.
Grow their own food. Frederick Douglass said,
yeah, she ain't playing no games. Boy.
For 20 years, I prayed on my knees to God for freedom, but the good Lord gave me no freedom until I got up off my knees and start praying with my feet. Frederick Douglass said, if you want respect from white folks, don't look for pity. Because the man who pities you will never respect you. And the man who respects you has no need for pity.
You're right. You're right, more thread. She ain't scared. She ain't backing down. She looking at him right in his face, and she just like, yeah, amen, go ahead. Yeah, shout out to this woman, this elder.
Frederick Douglass said,
Yes, he did.
if black
you're
people
right, lady.
want to be free,
Yeah.
then we ourselves must strike the first blow. He said we may have to pay for that freedom, Queen Mother, with our blood, with our sweat.
So Ad Davis says, Umar, wrap it up so you can get to your dinner from 7-Eleven. You guys are wow. Shout out to Ad Davis. That's crazy.
With our struggle and with our work. But he said the greatest
No, you're right, Andrew. Yeah, she ain't backing down, and she's mocking him. That's why Umar is getting more agitated. Watch how he ends this. Watch this.
Black people is Negroes who want to take money from white folks instead of paying for their own future.
Hallelujah.
Black power.
Black power. We want to thank
Look at him. Umar retreats.
Dr. Johnson for being here with us today.
He was so mad. She did not back down off of this claim.
For bringing on the ancestors. And we certainly thank the House of Africa.
See, she points out that it's the House of Africa because she didn't have Umar. He wasn't scheduled for her event. So she wants to outline that because it reflects poorly on her if she had actually had Umar and she's the one that scheduled him. She's very astute what she's doing there. Okay. Yeah, smart lady.
For bringing on Dr. Johnson here.
See, she says they brought him on.
With us today. We certainly, truly thank you, Dr. Johnson, for your
she was looking over there at him too. Poor Umar.
rendition of life.
Rendition of life. Boy, that's horrible. That's just another example. Okay. Yeah, she said thank him for bringing on the ancestors. Yeah, I know they probably got chastised that because she don't play. You can tell she don't play. Shout out to her too, by the way, for standing up to this bully. He ain't got no sense. None. Her name is Yvonne Dixon. Shout out to her. Okay, so someone that asked for that. I just want to pull that up. So I just want to do one other thing with this, and we'll finish up with the main video. Remember, Umar said something very interesting, and it just shows how much of a liar he is.
Yeah, absolutely.
So here it is, right?
That's right. And again,
$20 over an 11-year project. So we're looking at quality, which means consistency, and we also looking at quantity. So if somebody just say, I'm going to give them $20 so I can get in, you're not getting in. $20 over an 11-year project, you're absolutely out of your mind.
Okay, so he says an 11-year project, right? Oh, you're so welcome. Yeah, thank you, lady. You're so welcome. So Umar says an 11-year project. Okay, we're in 2026. He says this March 8th, about 10 days ago. He says that it's an 11-year project. So let me show you guys how much of a liar he is. Even if we go back to 2014, this video is from May of 2014. So this is roughly 11 years, well, almost, 11 years in 10 months? Yeah, 11 years and 10 months ago. Here.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Umar Johnson, and I am a school psychologist and doctor of clinical psychology.
Yeah, he did, Black Wolf. He ran off the stage like he only got a small front. Well, that's crazy. Umar was mad because he was on stage at McDonald's and he only got a small fry. he was mad. He ran up off that. He ran up off that stage so quick. All right, thanks, Black Wolf. Well, that's hilarious, but it's true. He was like a little kid. Okay, he gave him a small fry. He didn't even get no Happy Meal. All right, let's go.
In addition to that, I hold degrees in political science and education. I am here.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, he got them jeans on.
At the historic St. Paul's College. This beautiful campus, 135 acres of which I hope to make the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG into.
Yeah, so he was using that same terminology back then. I hope to make, and this is the video I was talking about. Someone sent this to me on Facebook in 2014, not too long after this video went online on YouTube. And I already knew something wasn't right because he didn't have a team. And when you listen, he doesn't have a plan.
International Leadership Academy for African Children. This college, St. Paul's.
Yeah, he got a double major in psychology and political science for his undergraduate. And then his master's, he got, he says that he got a master's in school psychology. And he said he had a master's in clinical psychology. And then he said he had a master's in educational leadership. And he said he had a master's in something else. I can't remember what it was. So there, in the document, I'm trying to figure all that out because it doesn't make any sense. But you have to go back to the video that I'll be talking about next segment of the documentary from 2011, because when he breaks down his degrees, I said, wait a minute, what's going on here? Let me just look. The only degrees that he's shown is the Doctor of Psychology, which he got in 2012. That was in November 2012. It was November 14th, I think. He has a master's in educational leadership and a master's of science. But then I also heard him say that he has a master's in school psychology and a master's in clinical psychology. Okay, that would be 4 masters, unless the master's in clinical psychology or the master's in school psychology is this master's of science. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. This is something I'm still trying to figure out. Maybe there's someone out there who is in the world of academia that could explain this to me. Because in the document, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out. The thing is that you read. I can't even remember Umar ever saying that he had a master's in school psychology. I can't remember that. Anyone ever remember him saying that? I only have that one video where it's listed there. And I said, wait a minute, I've never heard him say. Now, he may have. In fact, no, I think I have heard him say that. I haven't heard him say that he has a master's in clinical psychology, though. I've heard him say he has a master's of science in something, and then he has a master's in educational leadership. So maybe the master's in educational, no, that's separate. Maybe, okay, maybe the 3rd degree, I don't know. I have to figure it all out. It just doesn't make any sense to me. All right. Someone said his cooking question is the PhD is in cooking question. If anyone has any idea, please let me know. Yeah, listen, I thought, I'll look it up. I thought that there was. Is there a master's degree in clinical psych? Because the thing I think about, it makes no sense. Why would you get a master's degree in clinical psychology and a master's degree in school psychology? So it does say that there is a master's degree program in clinical psychology, typically taking about 2 years to complete. These programs prepare students for roles as licensed counselors, therapists, or for further doctoral studies. So maybe he did that to pursue his PsyD. Let me look at one other thing. I'm still trying to figure this out. Hopefully someone who's in the world of academia, because it could just mean that he has, because he says he has 3 masters. It could be that one of the masters is in school psychology, one of the masters is in clinical psychology, and then one of the masters in educational leadership. But on my timeline, he gets a master's in educational leadership in 2008 and a master's of science. So what is that master's of science in exactly? Is it clinical psychology? Is it school? It wouldn't be school psychology. I don't think so. That's a generalized degree, master's of science. That's both in 2008. And then he also got a master's of science in 2004. But he's only shown one of those master's of science. So maybe it is that he has a master's in science of school psychology and he has a master's of science in clinical psychology. That's the only thing I could think of. But when you have a master's of science or like that, it's a generalized degree, whereas a a master's in school psychology, it's a specialized degree, and a master's in clinical psychology would be a specialized degree. Anyway, I don't know. Got to figure it out. Yeah. Yeah, someone said, and maybe this is the case. You aren't a psychologist unless you have a doctoral degree in clinical psychology. Yeah, but remember when Umar, he starts working as a school psychologist. That was where he was at. And this is before he gets his PsyD. He doesn't get his PsyD until 2012. He starts working in the Philadelphia School District in 2001 as a school psychologist. So it's not for a whole nother 11 years that he actually gets a PsyD. And once he gets a PsyD, he's not working as a psychologist to any degree. See, it's fascinating. It just doesn't add up. None of it adds up. Yeah, I'm in my research, I'm gonna try to figure this out. I'm hoping that someone who's in the world of academia see this, and maybe you can email if you have any thoughts on what all this means. It just does not make sense, not at all. Like I said, the only degrees he's shown is the master's in. He showed his master's of science, and this is from Philadelphia PCOM, Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine. He showed a master's of education in recognition of his attainment in graduate study in educational leadership. And that's from Lehigh University. And then he showed his doctor of psychology, which he received, I think it was November 14th of 2012, but I think it was November 14th, remember serving correctly. Anyway, I'll keep researching. And Black Wolf also says, this is the video that got me to donate $40 to this month. It came on like 4 a.m. I just got it in from after hours and was thinking straight and wasn't thinking straight. So Umar, so you sent Umar $40 on this video right here from 2014.
Was open on.
Oh man, that's crazy. Yeah, I think you mentioned this before though. Yeah, he got you for $40. Okay, thanks, Black Wolf. I mean, again, it's meant to persuade people to donate, but if you listen, he doesn't have a plan. Okay, all right, let's watch this. Here we go. Thanks for all the super chats, everybody. I appreciate it. Here we go.
September the 24th, 1888, by a contemporary of the great Booker T. Washington. That great ancestor's name was James Solomon Russell. Father Russell opened this college with less than a dozen students. And by the time it reached its zenith, St. Paul's College owned more than 1,000 acres of land and housed more than 1,000 African children. But unfortunately, last summer, June of 2013, the board of directors of this college.
Yeah, I know what you mean by that. Yeah, it's like having a law degree does not make you an attorney. You have to pass the bar. Yeah, I know what you mean by that. Yeah, I understand totally. Yeah, it's just I have to figure out what these degrees are because it doesn't make sense based upon what Umar says later that he would have a master's in school psychology and a master's in educational leadership and then a master's in clinical psychology. Yeah. He has 2 masters of science, allegedly. He would have to. I mean, again, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, I don't know, you know. Again, he's only shown 3 degrees. That's it. Yeah. Hopefully I can figure it out before I drop the documentary. And if I don't, I'll just let people know inside the documentary. I'll let people know. All right. I got to check these batteries.
Graduated the last class of students from St. Paul's College. I'm hoping that you will help me keep this college in the hands of the African American community. I have a plan for this campus. I want to turn.
I was chilling back, eating my wings, drunk as hell. Like, okay, dude, trying to make something happen for our kids. he got your boy for $40. All right. Suck it, water. All right. Here we go.
This campus into the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy. There's a war in this country against Black boys. I don't have to tell you. Only 1 out of every 4 African American boys will graduate from high school. I don't have to tell you that 2 out of every 4 African-American boys at some point in his life will be under the supervision of America's criminal justice system. I don't have to tell you that there's a school to prison pipeline that runs out the back door of the school into the front door of the prison. I want to stop that. And I want you to help Dr. Umar Johnson stop that by donating to my fundraiser, by helping me and our ancestors raise the money necessary to acquire St. Paul's campus. We need this 135 acres for our children. We have the dormitories. We have the gymnasium. We have the lecture halls. We have the cafeteria. We have a beautiful student center. I want this school to be a blueprint, a role model to every other independent African school in the world, to show them that African children are not the intellectual inferiors of European Americans.
Listen, people don't, well, I guess there may be some people who think like that, but most black people, we don't think like that. In fact, Asians is whooping everybody's ass. So I don't know what you're talking about, Umar. And African, African people from Africa too, boy, they whooping everybody's ass. What you talking about? Shout out to my Asian Africans. Let me stop. Let me stop. My African Asians and Asian Africans, whatever we want to say. Now, listen, I found this video right quick. Like I said, I'm taking my time. I ain't tripping. From 2020. Let me see if it populates inside of my archive here. If not, I'll download it, because this is where he allegedly explains his 6 degrees and certifications, which he probably doesn't. Yeah, it's not in this folder. Let me download it. I know what folder it's in though, because I have a whole separate folder. I just need to migrate all those. I got to rename them and archive them properly, but I have them all. All right, let me download this right quick, because let's see if he actually explains his degrees and who can make it make sense. And that'd be good, because that way I can be accurate inside the documentary.
Show them that our children want to learn as much as anyone else. I'm tired of the phone calls from our mothers and fathers crying.
Yeah, if it weren't for you, Lenon, I would not have realized how long he's been at this. Yeah, he's been at it a long time. He really has. Again, 2010, I showed the receipt earlier. I'm gonna show it again. Matter of fact, let me just show it right now, because remember, Umar said that this has been an 11-year project, right? That's why I'm playing this video from 2014, because that's more than 11 years. But if we go back even further in time, Nina Boo, I'll just say Nina, okay. Look at what Umar posted in 2010. Okay, this is over 15 years ago. Promises in 2010 to begin laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass and Mark Garvey Pan African School for Black Boys, specialized in learning disabilities and disruptive behavior disorders. This will be a private school, and yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend. Grand opening September 11, 2013. This is Chestnut Checkers. So clearly, it's not an 11-year project. Okay, based upon this receipt, it's a 16-year project. Hit the one. I mean, Umar lies so much, it's incredible. Furthermore, I have Umar stating that he conceptualized FDMG in 2004, which would make this a 22-year project. And we'll give him grace, 21-year project. By the way, in 2005, when he put in his resignation letter, he was trying to run a scam on the UNIA to get money out of them for a renovation project. He's been at this a very long time. It's incredible at this point. A lot of people don't know, though. Again, I used to think he started in 2014, because someone sent me the video we're watching now. But then further research, it showed 2010. And then further research that he conceptualized it in 2004. He says 2005, but then he says before that. So 2004. Yeah, he's been at this a very long time. It's incredible. And still going with it to this day. Not one black child been educated. Shani says licensed psychologists have to take an EPPPP before licensure. Yeah, I'm aware of that. That can only be done after becoming doctorate level. Oh, I'm an MS level clinician. Having an MS, a Master of Science in CP, clinical. What is CP? in CP, that isn't enough to take that test. So having a master's in what do you mean by CP? Let me look. Maybe I'm forgetting what these. Yeah, I'm not sure what the CP. Anyone know what that CP is? Clinical psychology. Okay. Oh, I'm tripping. Okay, my bad. I'm really tripping. Okay, because I was thinking of the master's in educational leadership. So what you're saying is that if he has having an MS, a master's of science in clinical psychology isn't enough to take that test. Yeah, but here's the thing, Shani, Umar's never been licensed. A lot of people don't know that about Umar. He's never been licensed as a psychologist. School psychologist, clinical psychologist. He's never been a clinician. Let me rephrase. Because he says that he's a psychotherapist and a child psychotherapist. He's never been a therapist. Because that's a particular track. I already done the research on that. He's never been that. But he's told people that. But he's also talked about how he's never stated that he's a licensed psychologist. See, what he wants people to do is to think that he's on that level. But I have a video where he actually admits that he never was licensed. I'll propose that one of the reasons why Umar didn't go for his licensure is because he didn't want to submit to authority, because there's other steps. Like you're mentioning here, there's other steps that he has to take. And he thought that he was so big and bad that he didn't want to take those steps. He didn't get his idea until 2012. And by that time, he was out of the field anyway. Yeah. So the thing is that Umar, he was never licensed in anything. And currently, based upon my research, he holds no certifications. Because there's continuing education, information management, he's broke this down many times. There's in continuing education credits he has to take. I've looked in the databases. He has no current certifications. At least the last time I looked, unless he's re-upped since. It's possible. I could be wrong too. Ain't no telling. Okay, because with Umar, you never know. But the last time I checked, it wasn't in. And there's two databases that I looked into. Okay. Oh man, my brother, he emailed me about the Laker game. I mean, that's what I was trying to get to. I was gonna watch the Laker game. Oh well, I'd rather hang out with y'all anyway. Still got over 1,000 people in here. I love y'all. So that's the thing, Shawty. He's never been a licensed psychologist. He's never been a therapist. He was never on a track to be a therapist, but he's told people that he's a therapist. He's told people that he's a psychotherapist. He's told people he's a child psychotherapist. He's told people that he's a specialist, an LGBTQ specialist, therapist for the gay community, or whatever he said. This guy don't stop. As this guy, he's talked so bad about the my bad. I'm tripping. I apologize. No disrespect. LGBTQ community. He's gonna talk so much mess. But then he said, I do work with the gay community, whatever he said. But he be talking reckless about anyway. So Umar's he's never been licensed, and he doesn't hold any current certifications. And it may be that the reason why he didn't pursue licensure is because of this. He didn't want to go to these next levels. Don't do that. I gotta delete that comment. You guys don't do that. Don't do that. All right. Anyway, you guys. Shout out to the LBG community. Okay. I thank Shani for the super chat. Yeah, again, I don't know about these masters and how it lines up. I got to figure all that out. The whole Dune book series is amazing. Yeah, I've never read those books, but I'm going to check out the trailer though, because someone had mentioned that the new trailer is out. Thanks, Kitwana. Yeah, Kitwana is a sci-fi too, so that's all good. All right. What's up, Randy? Says, imagine how run down that campus would be if he got a hold of it. I know, because it's a large space. It really is. And look at what he's managed not to do with these trap bandos. 2 buildings. That's all he's focused on. But this was a whole college campus back in 2014. Yeah, I mean, it would be horrible. It would have been a sight to see, though. I'll tell you that. That's a good point, Randy. Thank you for the super chat. Also, thank you, Kitwana. And also, thanks, Shani. Black Wolf as well. Daxter says, what did I miss? I work overnight, unlike Jermaine, a.k.a. We're not going to do that. who does not actually work. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, it's a lot. So make sure you come back inside the archive to check it all out. We already at out 3 hours and 40 minutes. We probably won't go so another 20 minutes. Okay, I know it's late on the East Coast. Try to be respectful of your time because y'all on different time zone. Thanks, Daxter. Okay, I hope work went well. Kiara says Umar got the apple bottom jeans with the mold. Okay, yeah, people have been clowning about them jeans for years. Okay, thanks, Kiara. Shani says that's the reason he's never been licensed. That's what I would think. Yeah, you would know more than I do, but that's the reason he's never been licensed. He hasn't taken that test. You get different licensure certification per your state as a school psych. Yeah. And he did admit that at a certain point. That was the reason why they had called him in the court in Philly, state of Pennsylvania. I can't remember what it was. It was Pennsylvania, but it's the Pennsylvania Board of Psychology or something like that. Umar tried to make it seem like they were trying to strip him of his degrees and his certifications. That's not it. It was about him not being a licensed psychologist and him going online pretending to be or misrepresenting him. That's what Umar does. It's like when he misrepresents himself as being a descendant of Frederick Douglass. It's the same thing with this. That's why they called him. And it wasn't no big deal. It really wasn't. So the thing is that Umar ultimately, he said, look, no, I'm not. I never said that I was licensed. Okay, and that's why the case didn't go anywhere. But that was the premise. It didn't have nothing to do with the certification, nothing to do with his degrees, but he tried to make it seem like they were trying to persecute him or something like that. No, it was, whether or not Umar was misrepresenting himself as a licensed psychologist in the state of Pennsylvania. That's all that was about. Yep. All right. Thanks, Shadi. College of Natural Health Science says, hey, Lenon, see if you can get the Pennsylvania State Board of Psychology 2018 hearing transcript, which will list all his true degrees. Okay. Yeah, I'll look into this. Yeah, I don't think anyone has that either, because I'm sure they would have reported on it by now. Yeah, so it's the Pennsylvania State Board of Psychology. That's what it was. State Board of Psychology. I do have some video footage of that, but I don't remember them reciting his degrees. Yeah, that was in 2018. Yeah, it sure was. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I'll look into that. I'll see what I can find. Hopefully I can find it. Thank you, College of Natural Health Science. But I do have a video where Umar's supposed to explain his degrees. Let me play this one first real quick, because we're gonna go for another 20 minutes. Here we go.
What's being
I'm sorry. Also, thank you to Shani. Thanks, KR, and thank you, College of Natural Health Science. Okay, and everyone else who sent in super chats. Thank you so much. Again, I hope you guys are enjoying the show. If you haven't hit that like button and you're enjoying the show, go on and hit it. Okay, our goal is 600. We're already at 669. So let's see if we can get that, run that up to 700 before we get up off of here. I'm sure we can do it because we still got over 1,000 people in the building. Of course, that's undefeated. All right. Bingo, licensed clinical psychology, PhD, PsyD level is totally different from a school psych MS level. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. But again, he didn't get his PsyD until 2012, but by that time he's out of the field anyway. But he was misrepresenting himself as a doctor. And I can show you guys. Matter of fact, I'm gonna show you guys right now. I won't pull up the video, but I'll show you the on his Facebook page. This is why I had to go back in the next segment of the documentary. I have to put this in there for 2011, even though the next segment of the documentary is supposed to start in 2012. But let me show you guys this real quick, because when I said, wait a minute, and I said, okay, let me go back and look. I said, yeah, this guy, he's diabolical with it. So 2011. Yeah, it's not coming up. I gotta find, because I gotta show you guys that. Where is that receipt at? 2011. Was it no? That's 2000. No, because this was in. Was it in? Let me see. 2010. Yeah, I would have. It's not populating, and I would have to actually open up Premiere Pro to see. And I'll do that. I'll do that. Let me go back. I'm gonna pull it up and show you guys. But let me finish up with this. I'll go pull that receipt. I'll be right back.
I'm tired of special education when it's not necessary. I'm tired of ADHD diagnoses and conduct disorder diagnoses and oppositional defiance diagnoses, and learning disability diagnoses, and emotional disturbance diagnoses. I'm tired, and I want you to be tired with me of our children being forced to exist in a system that was not designed to educate them in the first place. I want to give them a heaven on earth. I want to give them a home away from home. And I want St. Paul's College to be that place. Imagine a school where children don't have to be suspended.
Yeah, I'm launching Premiere Pros. Let me know if anything happens with the stream. I have a bit of a beast of a computer, though, so it shouldn't be a problem. Let's see.
Imagine a school where your child never gets expelled. Imagine a school where your child never gets misdiagnosed and put in special education. Imagine a school where you don't have to worry about the teachers trying to force you to put your son or daughter on dangerous psychiatric medication. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, community stakeholders of the African race.
Yeah, you guys see this? Someone that made a comment. Can you imagine if he had acquired this campus, what it would look like by now? Because the amount of money that he would need in order to get this all up to code, we're talking tens of millions of dollars. That was a great point. I can't remember who said it, because remember, it's all of this. And this has been sitting, again, this is old pictures. Well, no, I can't say that. I don't know if this is an old picture, but no, this would have to be, because it's already shut down unless those are fake plants. I'm just looking at the digital forensics. I don't think that those would be fake plants, but it could be. So I want to give Umar the benefit of the doubt. The other thing is that if you look outside, look at this. This is fall, maybe winter. But when he's doing this video, look at there's a greenery all over the place. So this does not match. This is an old picture that he's showing here. You guys see, y'all catch that? This is just looking at digital forensics. So our video forensics, classrooms, right? This is supposedly one of the classrooms. Because this school had been shut down. But can you imagine? Look at this. If Umar had acquired all of this, where would these these buildings be at in 2026? Because he would have to have acquired them in 2014, maybe 2015. Okay, this would have been 11 years later. That was a good point someone made earlier. Okay.
Brothers and sisters, community stakeholders of the African race, I implore you, I beg you, I summon you, and I petition you to donate to this cause. Donate to this fundraiser. Let us show the world that we care.
Y'all, I just realized this next segment of the documentary is like over 45 minutes long. And it's actually, it's over 55 minutes long. And I got, because I still got to do the voiceover, and there's still parts that I got to put in here. Yeah, I got some work ahead of me, because the last thing I was working on was from April 21st of 2012. Yeah, so I ain't gonna have this ready for y'all members, but we'll get together either tomorrow or Friday, members only. I'm just looking right now. I just realized it. Well, I got, boy, anyway, I'm not complaining. Here we go.
Enough about our children, and enough about our history, and enough about our ancestors to keep St. Paul's College in the hands of the African American community, and in the hands of Dr. Umar Johnson, and in the interest of African children, and under the skies of Almighty God and our ancestors. Help me keep this college alive, and keep the dream of its founder, James Solomon Russell, alive forever.
All right. Okay, so that's 2014. Again, Umar was saying that it was an 11-year project, but this is over 11 years if we go back to 2014. But more importantly, if we go back to 2010, he said the school was open September 11, 2013. That's way over 11 years. Okay, we're talking, 16 years. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to pull up. I'm still looking for that receipt, because I want to show that to you guys before we get up out of here. Umar misrepresenting himself as a doctor, and he does it in video format, but he also does it on his Facebook page. I just got to find that receipt. I have it. Let me do this. Go back to the original video that we were kind of covering. Here we go. I'll let it play.
We're going to look if you donated, and we're going to look at two things: how often and how much. So quantity and quality, Baba. In other words, if an elder donated $10 every month or every other month, that counts more.
That's right.
Than somebody who made a large donation
right.
one time because they were a consistent donor over time. Exactly. Right. So we're looking at quality, which means consistency, and we also looking at quantity. So if somebody just say, I'm going to give them $20 so I can get in, you're not getting in. $20 over an 11-year project, you're absolutely out of your mind.
That's right. And again, you know, don't think that you're not getting for your money. You're getting something right now for your money. You're getting some information right now on New Worldview with Dr. Johnson.
And it's an investment for the children.
And it's an investment.
I keep getting people texting me, Bob, and there was a brother texting me yesterday, the day before. He said, Dr. Umar, I want to invest in the school. You know, what will be my return? Your return is the rebirth of our people. Your return is our people are so materialistic, Baba. We are always looking for something. What has happened to the spirit of charity in the Black community? What happened to the charitable spirit where we would just show up and volunteer and do things because it was the right thing to do? We have lost it. If we not getting something out of it, we do not want to be bothered. Imagine, Baba, if I only did what I'm doing. 11 years on this project. 11 years. I've sacrificed so much of my time, energy, and health for this. And then you got to ask yourself, what if I put a salary, which I legally could have done? I could have taken out a salary.
Yeah, but if you had taken out a salary, which you could have illegally done, you would have been, that salary would have been subject to taxation, and it would also been subject to wage garnishments via child support. That's why you didn't take out a salary. And then meanwhile, you've been spending the money on yourself. That's why there's so many discrepancies, even in the IRS filings. There's a lot of money that's missing. This guy, he's something else. He really is.
As CEO of FDMG, and I could have been getting a check every month or every 2 weeks. I didn't do that because this is charity for me. This is a service to the race. I don't want anything back for doing this.
There you go. You hear his voice? Yeah. For only 2.3 million, you too can sponsor a scam. Yeah. Yeah. You right about that. Shout out to Kiara on that one. You right. Yeah. My crush was for Spock's bride on Star. Yeah, she was fine. Yeah, my crush was for Spock's bride on Star Trek. Was in Star Trek the original series. Yeah, I know you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, she was. She was fine. I remember her. Spock's. That was a great episode too. It's one of, I would say I would probably put that episode in the top 15, maybe top 10, but definitely no, maybe top 20, somewhere in top 20, maybe top 15. Spock's Bride. That was a great episode. Now I think about it. Could be in the top 10. Yeah, her name is Arlene Martell. Yep. And she passed in 2014. Rest in peace. There was another woman though too. I remember. It was an episode. Captain Kirk slapped her. I said back in the 60s, boy, they got away with all kind of stuff. What episode did Captain Kirk slap the lady? Yeah, Elon of Troya, something like that. That lady in that, she was real fine. Anyway, shout out to Kitwana. Shout out to all of you Trekkies and sci-fi buffs. Appreciate y'all. Okay, thanks for the super chat, and also thanks to Kiara. Let's just keep going.
But so many of our people want something, or they're not going to give nothing.
So, have you been able to renovate the vandalism at the school?
No, we haven't dealt with the high school yet. Right now, the high school is 30.
See, I told you guys, he wasn't going to do nothing with that vandalism. And you don't renovate vandalism, Father David. Goodness gracious. But I remember I told y'all, and not to be like that, but I told you all that that vandalism was old in a large gym, and I already proven that. The video forensic shows that. But the thing is, I told people he ain't going to clean it up because it had been sitting there for years anyway. Why would he clean it up? And now look at what he's saying. He's admitting he ain't cleaned it up. Told y'all, hit the one. Some of y'all forget. Yeah. Someone said the lady looked like she is. She's like, yeah. Yeah. But there, at Avis, there's a sci-fi fantasy though too. You know, because they do intertwine. They do intertwine. So it's all good. Yeah.
Serving as storage for the furniture that we took across the street from the elementary school, because, you know, we had to clear that out.
See, I told you guys he turned that other side into his own storage space. And it's not just furniture from the small school, it's also, or the small abandoned building, it's also his own personal belongings. I already showed receipts on that.
In order to get the renovations done. So now we have to move that furniture back. And I do want to say this also, Baba, to your listening audience, in addition to making sure they go to PayPal today and donate, paypal.me/FDMG Academy. Again, that is PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. And if anybody wants to send a check or money order, they can text me for that information, 215-989-9858. Again, 215-989-9858. But I wanted to say this, Baba. Anybody who has a piece of furniture or artwork that they would like to donate to the school, do not send it. Text Dr. Umar or email Dr. Umar a photo. If you want to donate an instrument, Baba, we're looking for instruments as well, because we will have a band, right? So if you got a trombone, you got
This guy, boy, I tell you, there he go. So I got to get it out, dust it off. If we playing games, Umar, you want to play games, homeboy? I ain't taking this thing out. It's probably at least a year. One day I hope the Lord bless me where I can get back into this. This is an issue of time. Let's see what happens, because I ain't even picked this up. Got dust all on the case, everything. Y'all don't know nothing about that. Anyway. All right. Why ain't pick that up? That felt good. Umar, stop playing game. If you do decide to have a band, I will be willing and able to function as the FDMG band director. Oh my God, I got my feet on here. I got the pretty feet. I shouldn't do that. One time I'm self-conscious about it. One time I was at a beach and I had sandals on. This lady was like, "Oh, you have pretty feet." I said, "That's not a compliment. I'm a man." And one time my wife reminded me at a store, this lady, I think she was at a store, lady said that. Anyway, Umar, now he talking about an FDMG band.
Email Dr. Umar a photo. If you want to donate an instrument, Baba, we're looking for instruments as well, because we will have a band, right? So if you got a trombone,
I think this is the first time Umar stated this. Is this the first time? Well, I'm at home. What you talking about? I guess I should have had socks on, but it's warm. I ain't got time for all that.
You got a piano, you got a saxophone, you got a flute, you got a drum set.
Let me stop. There's a saxophone down in the garage too. I could pull that out. Got a trumpet. I can't play it all that well, but anyway. So now he needs instruments. Did this freeze? Are we still live streaming? Yeah, something happened.
Using and you to donate. If you have any African historical artifacts, you have an original copy of Frederick Douglass's narrative.
For what? What are you going to do with that?
Of the life of the fugitive slave. If you have an original photo of Harriet Tubman, if you have any...
He said an original photo of Harriet Tubman. He tripping.
Anything that is original of an artifact. Right now, Baba, we have an original Black Star Line steamship certificate of Marcus Garvey, an original one that we're going to hang inside of the school. If you have a painting of an ancestor, if you have...
Look at Sister Malele. Look at Sister Malele. She's like, what in the world?
If you have a statue of Africa, anything that you think is
a statue of Africa, okay,
appropriate for a school, send me a picture of it. Text it and send it to me, or email it to me, or inbox it on Instagram, or send it through WhatsApp so I can see if we would want it. And if we would want it, then I would ask them to send it. Don't send anything.
Say if we would want it. Yeah, if you have a Jackie Robinson baseball card.
Now, because we don't have any room, nowhere to put it. Just send us a picture so we can decide if you have books. Some people want to donate their whole African library to us. Send me a picture of the titles of the books. You can just take a couple pictures, make sure I can read the titles, and I can pick and choose what I need out of your book collection. We don't want people just sending stuff, Baba, because we'll end up with a whole bunch of junk we can't use.
We just had
let people know what we want.
We just had Sankofa Artisan Guild, and they have some original tapestry and quilts from Harriet Tubman and other historical.
Oh man, we would love one of them.
But listen, we got to go to a break, and when we come back, we're going to see what Sister Malene has to say about this conversation we had today. We'll be right back after this brief break. Sister Malene, do you have any questions and or comments that you wanted to make to Dr. Johnson?
Peace, Dr. Umar Johnson. So I'm glad to hear about the progress. And, me personally, I understand the importance of independent schools. I am a child of one from the 80s. I belong to the Marcus Garvey Shule. That's where I started out at 3 years old. And so my family.
My Garvey elders was a part of the Shule. Baba Asim.
Yes,
Baba Karima.
Yes,
Baba. Let me ask you a question.
No, let her finish. Here he goes.
Queen, not to cut you off.
Sure.
No, see that? He always do that. Why he always got to do that? What's up, T. Jones? Yeah, I know. It go right in mid-time. Let me stop. Baba Claudia. Let me stop.
Baba Asim was my favorite elder.
Here he goes.
That was my Baba.
At the UNIA ACL 1609 used to be more.
Yes.
I was very disappointed that no one told me of his passing or of his funeral.
Okay, so
any way you can help me find. I don't know if he was cremated, but if he has an eternal resting site, a grave.
Don't do this.
I don't know if you know anybody who could help.
Yeah, lady, that's what he do. Yeah, don't tell him, because if you tell him where the gravesite is, Umar gonna be up there live streaming. What's crazy is that you can find someone's burial place just by putting their name into Google. Anybody remember what the guy? I'm not gonna do that. But I'm just saying, because I can go find out right now. It's ridiculous.
Let me find where he is.
Sure. So I know his family well. His wife is my mama. She's one of my community mamas, and she's like my mother's sister. And so yes, I definitely could get that information.
Have her reach out to me. I love her too. That's one of my elders, and I ain't spoken to her in ages.
Boy, yes.
Have her say, Dr. Umar said you need to call him. Dr. Umar said you need to call him because he needs to go and visit Baba Asim at his resting site. I'm gonna tell you,
she's still a firecracker. She's gonna say.
Umar, why don't you call her anyway?
So he need to call me because I know.
We almost done.
Well, you want to text me her number? Say no more.
Yeah, that's right. Lazy mom.
Text me her number because I forget the address. I've been to the home several times.
Sure.
When he was alive, but
You gonna cut it out, Umar?
To get the address. So if you could text me her.
I was at her house. You know, matter of fact, I made her some bacon. I cooked her some green eggs and ham. You know, Umar. And after that, I went up on the roof and I laid some tile down because they had a hole in the roof. I laid some tile down. I wanted to help them out. And then I went downstairs and I went to the basement. I cleaned up the basement, family. Stop.
Number, because he was my number one. He was the main one who just had my back, especially when I went through the adversity there with the elders. Rest in peace to all of them. I still love them all, but he always had my back. And when I found out, and this is how I found out. I was at the airport flying out one day, and I ran into Baba Sababu.
See, Umar always got to make it about himself. She can't even talk.
Babu, you familiar with Baba Sababu?
I told you where I come from. Yes, that's my family.
Marcus Garvey Shoemake.
Baba Sababu said, I seen passed away.
What you say, Father David? Did you say Marcus Garvey shoelace? What word you talking about? Let me see what you
I was at the airport flying out one day, and I ran into Baba Sababu. You familiar with Baba Sababu?
I told you where I come from. Yes, that's my family.
Marcus Garvey Shoemake.
Baba Sababu said, I seen passed away.
Yeah.
What did he say? And is he moving? I think he's moving teeth around and everything. Not that it, you know, because I'll be there. Hopefully I get old enough to do that too. But
yes, that's my family.
Marcus. Oh man, anyway, I just noticed that, but we'll keep going because it is what it is.
Baba Sababu said, I seen passed away.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. Is Baba Sababu still with us in the flesh?
I do not believe so, but you know, please.
Oh, don't tell me he passed through. No.
What is your number? What is your contact number, Dr. Johnson's?
Do you have my number, good sister?
No,
well,
but
if you give it to us right now.
David.
Okay.
Yeah, Father David. That's
okay. I'm just going to say it right now in case you can take.
Father David, you know you got Umar's number. Cut it out
right now because this is extremely important. I'm counting on you, my queen. 215-989.
He always trying to give people work to do.
Okay.
9858. 215.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that what he said? I thought that's what he said. That's why I went back, but this time I wasn't listening for it. Let me see. Then I'll skip back.
Sure.
He was alive, but I forget the address. So if you could text me her number, because he was my number one. He was the main one who just had my back, especially when I went through the adversity there with the elders. Rest in peace to all of them. I still love them all, but he always had my back. And when I found out, and this is how I found out. I was at the airport flying out one day, and I ran into Baba Sababu. You familiar with Baba Sababu?
I told you where I come from. Yes, that's my family.
Marcus Garvey Shoemake.
Baba Sababu said,
It sounded like he said Marcus Garvey shoelace. I don't think that's what he said, but that's what it sounded like to me.
Yes, that's my family.
Marcus Garvey Shoemake.
He funny. He didn't say shoelace, y'all. Okay. At least I don't think he did. I don't know what he said, but he didn't say shoelace because that would be crazy. That'd be crazy. Randy says 709 all day. If you know, you know. God. Yeah, I didn't find her to be particularly. Just they dressed her the way they dressed her. The lady on Star Trek Voyager that I like was Belana Torres. Yeah. Thanks, Randy. Okay. Daxter says, Jermaine, stop your damn conning. Pathetic. And that sis is big man. Well, yeah, the thing is that he won't even let her talk, you know, and that's the thing. Umar always has to make it about him. And he don't care about what anybody else has to say, but that's how he is, you know, and you can tell she was agitated. Thanks, Daxter. He ain't no damn doctor sick. He don't act like one. I know that for sure. You know, he don't again. When he got his PsyD and became a doctor, he had doctor of psychology. He was already out of the field. He wasn't working as a psychologist to any degree. In fact, let me show you guys this right quick. I have another one from earlier too. I just couldn't find it, but I'll show you guys this one. So this is from his from 2012. I think I have one from 2000. I have a video from 2011 where he says he calls himself doctor, but he didn't get his PsyD until November of 2012. But here is the receipt I was talking about earlier. Let me reveal it in Explorer and copy it. I don't know why I couldn't find this before. I'll put it on my desktop. We're almost done too. Thank you guys for hanging in there with me. I know it's late, especially on the East Coast and Midwest. All right, let me pull this up right quick because it's important to understand. Umar, he was misrepresenting himself as a doctor. And this is the receipt. I have a video where in 2011 he does it too, but this is a receipt from his Facebook page, February 4th of 2012. Look at what it says. Y'all see that? Thanks, Daxter. It says, help Dr. Umar fight the war against the brain drugging of Black boys by pre-ordering a t-shirt / hoodie. He gives a URL. All right, you guys see the February 4th of 2012. Umar didn't get his PsyD until November of 2012. He's a liar, misrepresenting himself as a doctor, but I also have him in 2011 in a video calling himself doctor. He represented himself as a doctor in 2011. He didn't get his, and I could show it to you guys, but just, it'll be in a document, next segment of the documentary. If you guys go and look at his PsyD, and I'm looking at it here, it says, signed this 14th day of November, Anno Domini 2012. But this is from February 4th of 2012. And again, I have a video of him in 2011 calling himself a doctor. There's also paperwork. It's just I haven't verified it, and I got to get the original copy. I probably won't be able to find it. I've been looking for it for years now, where in 2007, Umar Johnson was referred to as Dr. Umar Johnson. Okay, but I haven't verified the document. So if I'm unable to verify the document, then I won't have it in the documentary. All right. Shul is Swahili for school. Oh, okay. Okay. So Shul. Okay. I see what you're saying. Thanks, James. How do you know that? Oh, that's interesting. So maybe that's what Father David was saying. So hopefully that's what he was saying. Thanks, James. Okay, let's wind this down, everyone. We got like 2 minutes on this video, and then we'll be up out of here. Shout out everyone, shout out to Cook. Thanks to everyone who sent in super chats, everyone. Okay, I kind of feel like I rushed through some of these. I apologize. I'd like to take my time, but I do appreciate each and every one of you. Okay, and also thanks to everyone for tuning in inside the Cookie Crush chat, and those of you guys who hit that like button, I appreciate that as well. Matter of fact, let me give you guys an update on where we're at with the likes. As of right now, we're at 600. We're still at, let me refresh. That's why, because that was earlier. Let me refresh this right quick. Oh, we got to 700. Thank you guys so much. Okay, you guys blessed me all the way across the board. I appreciate it. Yeah, okay, and thanks to the mods too. Okay, everyone who's a mod, thank you guys so much. I need to go through the mods because there's a lot of people that were mods. They're not even, they don't even watch my videos anymore. I got to go through that and clean all that up. I tend to do that every couple of years anyway. Okay, so let's go here.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this: is Baba Sababu still with us in the flesh?
I do not believe so, but please.
Oh, don't tell me he passed through. No.
What is your number? What is your contact number, Doctor?
Yeah, she doesn't know for sure.
Johnson's.
Do you have my number, good sister?
No,
well, if you give it to us right now.
David.
Okay.
Yeah, Papa David. That's
okay. I'm just going to say it right now in case you can take it right now because this is extremely important. I'm counting on you, my queen. 215-989.
Okay.
9858. 215-989-9858. Baba Sababu was the last of my living elders.
Mm-hmm.
And if he went, I'm going to need his resting place as well. But we'll talk about that. Shoot me a text when you can. Good sister.
Okay, so but Malele,
so what I was saying
yes.
That's to reinforce. I understand very much so the importance of schools having rite of passage programming built into them, curriculum. Those are the ways that I exchanged work in my first time as an official teacher role about early 20s, doing that because I said what they were doing in the school environments for our youth, me working in North Philadelphia for years. At first, I said, they're not coming to our people from a cultural standpoint. So I do understand the importance very much so of having this type of educational institution. That's why Baba David, little while.
Yeah, Edward, he just totally took over her time. Yep, didn't let her get a word in. But that's Umar. Shout to Captain Edward, one of the OGs. You're OG at this point. Okay.
January, I had Lotus Academy on
That's
here,
right.
and I had this Hoja and
Yeah.
Shule. So, I've definitely very much so for those type of institutions.
You guys, y'all
congrats
crazy
on your progress. And I just know that the leadership and conflict resolution.
Yeah, you caught that. Yeah, you caught that, Jim. He said, I get it from Father David, not your ass. All right.
Skills or what our young people need very much so, on how to build businesses and all those kind of things. I'm very much.
She seems like a nice lady. She really does.
Post-secondary training, but I'm also a product of the Freedom Schools movement and being a curriculum writer. So all those kind of things are very important for our people, not just for the children, but also for the parents. That's also a big component, which I'm sure that you're going to put into your institution, is the actual parental guardian classes, because they are going to help you feel you deal even that much more with those young people that you'll be working with.
Absolutely.
So, well, Dr. Johnson, what's coming up next for you, and what kind of closing comments would you like to leave with our audience?
Oh, wow. Well, I just want to say that it's been a journey. These 11 years, it's been a journey, not just these 11 years.
Yeah, it's not 11 years. He's reiterating that, but that's part of the mind control. He's repeating a lie over and over again. Again, here's the receipt from January 6, 2010. This is over 16 years ago. It's 16 years and 2 months and 12 days. But he's saying 11. Diabolical. And he keeps repeating it, but he does it on purpose. It's the mind control.
These 16 years since the ancestors put me on this international mission.
What? 16? Oh, see, what Umar is saying, he's telling on himself. I wonder if anyone knows what he's doing here. He's telling on himself. See, because if we go back 16 years, that'll take us to 2010. See, Umar Johnson makes a decision in 2010 to give up his career as a school psychologist and starts to go full-time as a speaker in the Black conscious space. Y'all catch that? See, I give him grace. I say 2011. And part of that is because if you look at his child support docket, there are some things in there that will lead me to conclude, and giving him grace at the same time, that he still was working intermittently sometime in 2010, 2011. But what he's referencing here, and I have the video where he says that, he says it on the one of Nick Cannon interviews that he does, how he had to make a decision on whether or not he was going to continue to be a school psychologist and do these diagnoses with the kids and all this stuff, or if he was going to focus on his career within the Black conscious space as a speaker. And so he decided to become a speaker in the Black conscious space. And this correlates to, of course, the Dawa interview. And then, of course, in 2011, that's a Dawa interview, but then also him getting put on by Sa Netter in the Black conscious space in New York, was it Harlem? And then in 2011, getting into Hidden Colors. See, so that's how all of this transpires. But Umar's telling on himself, because it goes to show you that even in Umar's mind, he's clear that by the time we get into 2010, I give him grace and I say 2011, Umar's given up his career as a school psychologist. And furthermore, it wasn't as if Umar was working consistently as a school psychologist from 2006 through 2011. It was from 2001 through 2006 where he was working consistently. The child support docket proves that. Some people say, well, why would that? How could that prove? Well, it deals with these generic orders where they're trying to find his income. And then you can look at when they have wage garnishment, these attachments to his wages because he was working at that time. Then you see where they discontinue that. And then you start seeing generic orders again. Well, that means that they can't find out what his income is. Well, that's because Umar wasn't working. That's like I was saying earlier. That's why one of the reasons why Umar did not want to pay himself under these nonprofits, because if he paid himself, that whatever he receives would be subject to taxation as personal income, but then also will be subject to child support. See, Umar's life largely centers around this notion of not paying child support. And any way that he can do that, including not working a job, which is not uncommon for people to do stuff like this, not working a job so that his wages would not be garnished. So what the state of Pennsylvania has to do is they have to go based upon minimum wage, and they set his child support based upon minimum wage, even though he's raised millions of dollars. Diabolical. Baby's going without. and got some nerve to talk to black people and tell black people what they need to be doing with their kids, how black people ain't shit, how they raise their kids. Diabolical. I'll never understand that. So I thank God that I have money to put down on my kids. And whatever it takes, it don't make me no difference. But for a man to do that to their child, diabolical. Let's finish this up. Here we go.
I just want to thank everybody who's been there for me. And we're knocking on the door of history right now, because this school is the first school in the history of this country that was financed by the entire African diaspora.
Yeah, he's talking as if the school exists.
We received donations from African people on every continent and on every major city on the planet, literally, and the Caribbean. That's never been done before. Nothing from a white bank, nothing from any bank, no loans, no handouts from non-African people. The race did this. And
okay, real quick, Umar doesn't know whether or not other groups of people have donated to him. How would you know that? You wouldn't know that. Because if they send you a Cash App, it's not going to tell you what their quote unquote race is. If they send you a PayPal, it's not going to tell you what their race is, Umar. If they send you checks or money orders or cash to your P.O. box, it's not going to tell you what their race is. If they donated to his GoFundMe, that's not going to tell you what the race is. So stop.
So I just,
by the way, Umar always says that we didn't go to a white bank. Yeah, but you sure did go to the white, quote unquote, white man, the government, to get that nonprofit status. And he did it twice.
I just want to say thank you to everyone. It's not my school, it's ours. And not only will it be
exactly, DB. Exactly. And the raw cash. Yeah. Y'all the best. We're almost done.
For our young people, but it will be a community center for our community.
Wow, we still got 955 people up on here, and it's late. It's all good. Thank y'all.
We will have programs for everybody. There will be something to do every day, all day. And I'm looking forward to celebrating the bicentennial of the greatest black revolutionary in American history. That is none other than the great prophet, Nat Turner. His bicentennial of the Nat Turner Revolution, August 21st, 1831 to August 21st, 2031. If the Almighty allows me to be on that planet long enough, we got 5 years to get ready for the bicentennial of the prophet Nat Turner, and we will be having that celebration at FDMG.
I would like to see you have another festival there and ask people to bring a contribution.
Grand opening.
Oh, okay.
We're definitely going to do the
He did. Well, anyway,
grand opening. We just trying to decide if we're going to do outside and inside at the same time, or whether we're just going to do a grand opening for our donors. And
he's making this up on the spot, y'all. Just lying. Thanks, Miss Saint. Yeah, y'all hit that like button.
Then do the festival for the entire community like we did last time. So we have a lot of options. The building is ours. We don't answer to nobody but us, as long as we follow the rules and the laws, obviously. And so we just need to get the certificate of occupancy. So we asking for everybody to pray for us, especially during this month of March, because this is the month that we believe that we should finally cross the finish line.
I think we had somebody on the phone line, Dr. Johnson.
Wait, what did he just say?
That we should finally cross the finish line.
I think we had somebody on the phone.
We have a lot of options. The building is ours. We don't answer to nobody but us, as long as we follow the rules and the laws, obviously. And so we just need to get the certificate of occupancy. So we asking for everybody to pray for us, especially during this month of March, because this is.
Yeah, I didn't catch that. Outside and inside. Let me go back. I apologize.
We'll be having that celebration at FD Great Prophet Nat Turner. His bicentennial of the Nat Turner Revolution, August 21st,
yeah, I thought that's what he said.
To August 21st, 2031. Yeah. If the Almighty allows me to be on that planet long enough, we got 5 years to get ready for the bicentennial of the prophet.
Look at her face, this lady. she don't. You can tell she don't hide her emotions. Her face tells you right away.
Nat Turner, and we will be having that celebration at FDMG.
I would like to see you have another festival there and ask people to bring a contribution.
Grand opening.
Oh, okay.
We're definitely going to do the grand opening. We just trying to decide if we're going to do outside and inside at the same time.
Wow. You ain't even put in for the certificate of occupancy. What you talking about? This guy.
you know, or whether we're just going to do a grand opening for our donors and then do the festival for the entire community like we did last time. So
he just lying. He making this up.
We have a lot of options. You know, the building is ours. We don't answer to nobody but us. As long
yeah, you said that in 2019.
as we follow the rules and the laws, obviously. And so we just need to get the certificate of occupancy. So we asking for everybody to pray for us, you know, especially during this month of March, because this is the month that we believe that we should finally cross the finish line.
I think we had some.
So now he's saying that he's gonna cross the finish line this month. What does that mean? yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, he just keep lying. He just keep lying. Someone that asked, I just saw, Lenon, what do you see as the end for Umar if you can? Well, again, I think that by this time next year, all this is going to look very different. I'll say that. And let's say hypothetically that he's able to stretch this out for another 3 years, where he's going to end back up in a situation that he did this year, because he's not going to be paying bills. And I wouldn't be surprised if another admonition is issued and then potentially the sale of these trap banners again, because he doesn't handle business. So, but I think by this time next year, all this is going to look very different. I already have a contingency plan lined up too, by the way. Okay. And I'll be working things in slowly but surely leading up to that. But in terms of an end, I really don't know. Again, when he acquired these trap banners in February of 2019, I thought that he can extend this for another 3 years, maybe 4, but we're 7 years in already. Yeah, with no end in sight. I was wrong about that. So I don't even want to put anything out there like that. I just know that he can't do this forever. There's no way. Even from a financial standpoint and him receiving donations, he's never going to receive the type of donations that he received in 2015, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. He's not. He's never going to receive the amount of money that he received in 2019, because he got an uptick in donations because he acquired these trap banners. People got excited. He's never going to get that type of money again. Just like same thing with Jay Morrison. He's never going to get however much, 11 million, whatever it was. No matter what type of scheme he comes up with, he's never going to get that type of money again. So I think at some point, if anything, at some point, that money's going to run dry enough to where Umar, he'll recognize that it's not even worth trying to continue with this school scam. And then maybe he'll sell the trap banners and move on to something else. I mean, we'll see. Again, I'm just speculating here. Yeah. It's amazing that it's gone on this long. It's amazing. A lady says, squandered his degree, filthy apartment hoarding, his very sick mom, 3 babies with 3 baby moms, just in Philadelphia alone. No house, and a 4th woman tried to put him on child support too, but was unsuccessful for whatever reason. I don't know. Probably wasn't his baby. No house, no car, and begging relentlessly, swear he's a god. Yeah, but this ties to what I was saying before. This can't go on forever, and he's 51 already. He's 51. See, the thing is that there's no future in this, long term at least. There's no future in this. So at some point, he's going to have to figure something out. I don't know what that will be, but we'll have to wait and see, you know? Yeah. The thing is that he could have legitimately used his degrees, and even without the side D, he could have used his degrees to etch out a career and be perfectly fine, you know, earning $120,000, $130,000, potentially $130,000 a year by this time, right? $130,000 a year. Again, by the time he gets a side D, he could have used that as he can get potentially teach at a community college, maybe even at a college or university. But he squandered all of it. And he decided to take the path of scamming and getting money out of Black people, and he's been at it for such a long time. I don't think it registers in his mind that to do anything else. Again, he's 51. He could still make changes, but his reputation is in the mud, you know? And once that happens, it's hard to rebound off of that. But he had an opportunity. He squandered it. Yeah. Thanks, lady. It's unfortunate. He's a cautionary tale. How's it going? Option says, did you notice last Umar video, he was struggling with his regular lies and you could tell it was off the dome. Also check out Lena and the Girls Talk. Yeah, I'm not familiar with what that is. Lena and the Girls Talk. So the last Umar video, oh, you're probably talking about when we were covering this last week with Big Loon, I think. Yeah, we covered it this week too. I think we finished up that. I can't remember what we did a couple of days ago. But anyway, yeah, he couldn't keep up with his lies. We pointed that out during the live stream that he was all over the place. In particular, the lies that he told last year about his bank accounts being frozen. He tells and that was in 2025. He tells a completely different story. I shouldn't say completely, a largely different story in 2026 when he's interviewed by Big Loon. But it goes to show you he can't keep track of his lies, and he's lied so much. It's difficult to keep track of all of that. It'd be difficult for anybody. You know? Thanks, Opsum. Hope you're doing all right, bro. Okay, and then Miss Honey says cross the finish line this month, but school can't open. School can't open until next year. And this is another thing. I was going to mention this too, Miss Honey, because even if he passes the finish line this month, which would mean that Umar gets the certificate of occupancy, he applies for it and he gets it, I guess. I mean, even if he applied today, would that mean that he would get it by the end of this month? I doubt it. But let's say that happens. Now, what Umar has to do, or after that, what Umar would have to do in order to open up for next year is he has to raise enough money to furnish these two buildings. He has to raise enough money to get IT infrastructure, because I already know he doesn't have that, even though he says renovations are complete. Well, that's part of renovations. I know he don't have that. He would also have to get capital in order to pay faculty and staff. He would also have to get capital to pay all the different types of insurances associated with running a school. He would also have to get capital needed in order to buy buses, and capital needed to hire bus drivers. He would also have to get capital needed I don't know, I guess, yeah, he would have to have some sort of person who's going to be HR to actually start hiring faculty and staff. He's also going to have raise money so that he can have benefits for full-time employees at these trap bandos. And the list goes on and on and on. Furthermore, he's going to have to get children enrolled between now and presumably September of 2027 so that he can open up and have a functional school in 2027. And he's going to do all of this, Miss Honey, by himself. There's no way. There's no way. That's what I'm saying. It's gotten so ridiculous. It's almost comical, but he keeps running with it. Thanks, Miss Honey. No, I meant the one with Bob. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, you're right about that too. I mean, it applies to both. Okay. So the last Umar video, he was struggling with his regular lies, and you could tell it was. Yeah, you're right. I had pointed out. You can tell when Umar gets it, because someone has said he lying. He is. What he does is he starts just running off the mouth. So when he says he's going to have a band, that's the first time I heard him say that. Okay, he may have said it and I just haven't seen the video, but that's the first time. But that's him just coming off of the dome, making up stuff. That's what he does. Yeah, Umar, he's a fantastic storyteller. And the most incredible part of it is that he can do it off the top. Like, it's not like he really even has to plan or think about it. You know, he just starts going and going and going. It's a skill set. All right. All right. Thanks, Opsa. Hope you're doing all right, bro. All right. Let's finish this up. There's only like 30 seconds on here. Here we go.
Somebody on the phone line, Dr. Johnson.
And I do want to say, Bob is still with us.
Wow. Sabu?
Oh, Bob is.
Oh, he's still with us. Okay, you guys need to. All right.
The Babu's still with us.
Yes, he is. He's on the phone line. No, he's not on the phone line.
No, he's not on the phone line, but he's still with us.
I thought he was on the phone and said Sababu is alive.
Like, I'm here. Yes,
okay.
He is here. He is.
All right, he's alive, but he's just not on the phone line with us live today. Listen, I want to thank you so much, Dr. Johnson. Thank you so much, Sister Malele, for producing a magnificent program today. It all tied in together, which I had no idea it would, but I'm so glad it did.
Umar wouldn't even let her talk.
And it truly has been fun, but I really got to run. And as I always say before I go away, if God is willing and you're able, I'll be ready again next week for another edition of New Worldview. And until then, peace.
Peace.
All right, there you have it. Okay, so this is the most recent Umar Johnson interview. Thank you guys again for tuning on. I appreciate it. Okay, thank you also for being patient. I kind of got started a lot later than what I had anticipated. I don't plan on live stream tomorrow unless something comes up. Okay. The thing is that I got to get with members for sure, because I want to get this next segment of the documentary, but there's no. I was just looking at. I pulled it up in Premiere Pro. I have a lot of work because I still got to do the voiceover. So let's do this. If you're a member, we'll get together. We'll just do a members only live, and we'll just chop it up like maybe an hour. We'll hang out. If you guys want me to pull up videos, you have any questions or anything, we can do that tomorrow. I'll set that up tonight. If I don't do it tonight, I'll do it in the morning. But that'll be for members only, and that'll be my way of making up for not having this next segment of the documentary available. And I'll get on working on the next segment. I don't know, Friday maybe. Yeah. My schedule's been crazy. But I thank you guys. And thanks everyone for tuning on in. I hope you guys enjoy the live stream. Officer says with Lene and that one who helped Umar Johnson. Oh yeah. The thing is, I saw the interview with the young lady who alleges that she had intimate relations with Umar. I saw that video because she was interviewed, and then she was interviewed on Storm Monroe. Those are the two videos that I've seen, but I haven't been watching. I just haven't had time. It's been a lot, and even that whole situation. I'm trying not to talk about it as much because she's a young lady. It's just unfortunate all the way across the board. Okay, thanks, officer. All right, everyone. So I know it's late. I try to get these in earlier because I know it gets late on the East Coast, and most of the people who watch my show, these live streams, are all on the East Coast. It's almost 1 a.m. here on the East Coast. I think Umar might be preparing to go outside the school bandos and start pouring Gatorade over his forehead and doing his wow. We'll see. Yeah, he hasn't been up there in a long time, but we'll see when's the next time he'll be up there. Okay, so members, expect a live stream. I'll set it up for us to get together tomorrow. 45 minutes to an hour. We'll hang out. And then unless something else comes up, if Umar comes up with a new video, we'll get on here and maybe we'll do that and then do a live stream for members only. Also, I want to thank the mods for handling business during this live stream. And as always, I want to thank everyone who sent in super chats. If you sent in super stickers or anything else, thank you guys so much for the support. Remember, my motto is you got to stay humble, have the spirit of appreciation, and the Lord give it and the Lord take it. So thank you guys so much for blessing me. And I don't take it for granted. I'm appreciative, and I stay humble in the process. Okay. Thank you guys for all of the support. And everyone else too for tuning on in to this live stream. Hope you enjoyed the show. And if you did enjoy the show and you haven't hit that like button, make sure you hit that like button. All right. And as we always do,
we had, donate to the school, $ FDMG school on your Cash App. 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 If you need to mail in your donation, make it payable to the FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 9634. P.O. Box 9634. P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. That is Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. We appreciate $1, but we would rather have 10. We appreciate $20, but we would rather have 50. We appreciate $50, but we would rather have 100. We appreciate $100, but we would rather have 200. We're trying to renovate a school, brothers and sisters. We're trying to renovate a school. We're not fixing a flat tire. We're not fixing a flat tire. We're not opening up a penny candy shop. We're not selling water ices, okay? We're not selling hot dogs. We're renovating a school. Do you understand? Do you understand? So please, brothers and sisters, give what you can. We're building an institution, okay? Trying to give our children a chance that we didn't have. That's what we're doing. I don't have to pin it because I done already told you what it is. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Before I continue with my message, thank you, Sister Avanti, $10 coming on the Cash App. Thank you, sister. Next time, make it 20, but thank you for that 10. I know you barely had that. Thank you, sister.
Boy, he diabolical with it. What's up, Bridget? Thanks for tuning on in. Patrick, For the Sake of Logic, everyone else, Jazz, Orlando. Thank you so much. Jimmy Jamboree's in the building. Please enjoy the evening.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming.
Hold on. Yeah. Nah, I got this.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's 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 coming. Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
Yeah, that's Rico. Rico Haxon. Yeah, he does a pretty good job. All right. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. Please enjoy the rest of your evening. Or if you're in the UK, because there's a couple people from the UK, please enjoy your day. And I hope you guys, again, enjoyed the show. All right. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. As always, you guys brighten my life. Thank you guys so much. Love y'all. Y'all take care. Peace.